Universitas Syiah is a public university located in Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh Province. Located at the westernmost point of Sumatra Island, the province is rich with traditions, cultures, languages, and natural resources. The university is also known as the heart of the Acehnese, Jantong Hati Rakyat Aceh. It is the oldest university in Aceh, officially established on September 2nd, 1961. Universitas Syiah was named after an Islamic scholar of Aceh, Abdurrauf bin Ali Al-Jawi Asingkali, who is also known as Tunku Syiah. He established an Islamic education center at a river mouth in Banda Aceh, which later became an official higher education institution. During this time, he gave great contribution to the education values and Islamic laws and regulations in Aceh. In addition to the main campus in Darussalam, Banda Aceh City, Universitas Syiah has also established a second campus in the district of Gaya Luiz. The campus is called Program Studi di Luar Campus Utama, the study program outside the main campus, which was officially opened on September 2nd, 2014. Universitas Syiah has 12 faculties and a postgraduate school. The Faculty of Economics and Business, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, the Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Engineering, the Faculty of Agriculture, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, the Faculty of Social and Political Science, the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, the Faculty of Nursing, and the Faculty of Dentistry. All these 12 faculties together offer 135 study programs of different levels: diploma programs, undergraduate programs, professional programs, specialist programs, master's programs, and doctoral programs. With various faculties and programs being offered, Universitas Syiah now hosts more than 32,000 students from various regions in Indonesia and overseas. The university has received numerous awards for its achievements at both the national and the international levels. For example, with Malam Diwa electric car, Universitas Syiah recently won as the second fastest team to compete technical inspection in the electric class at a prestigious competition in Asia, the Shell Eco Marathon Asia competition. In the research area, the university has also developed a good reputation at the national and international levels through its excellent research and research centers, such as the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center and the Atsiri Research Center. Universitas Syiah also publishes numerous scientific journals. Some of them have been indexed by CINTA, the Indonesian Citation Index, as Quartile 1 and 2 journals. One of the university's journals, Studies in English Language and Education Journal, has recently been indexed by Scopus, one of the most reputable journal indexing and citation databases in the scientific world. Universitas Syiah has actively participated in several collaborative programs with several countries in Asia and Europe. These include Erasmus Mobility and Capacity Building Program, IMT-GT University Network Program, and the Erasmus Plus Program. Universitas Syiah has numerous national and international collaborations with universities and companies across the globe. Through this collaboration, the university has successfully organized various academic and non-academic events which have improved the university's national and international reputations. The Joint Research and Publication Program, the Exchange Program, the Internship Program, the Disaster and Cultural Summer Camp, and the humanitarian program are among many others. Universitas Syiah Kuala does not only focus on improving the quality of academic activities within the campus, but also proudly offers services to the communities. These tasks are assigned to 3 units at the university: the Office of International Affairs, Career Development Center, and Entrepreneurship Center. These units help students, staff, and alumni expand their experiences in academics, business, and beyond. Therefore, Universitas Syiah Kuala has always appreciated and placed at top priorities all partnerships and collaborations, and has managed to make the university what it is today, the heart of the Acehnese, Jantong Hati Rakyat Aceh. The university continuously strives to improve the quality of its academic activities, research development, humanitarian works, and the quality and quantity of scientific publications to achieve its vision to become the leading university in Asia and to become the world-class institution.
Universitas Syiah Kuala, universitas yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka, menuju Innovation Socio-Technopreneur University.
Provinsi paling barat Indonesia yang bernama Aceh menyimpan catatan sejarah yang panjang dan melegenda. Wilayah yang pada masanya dulu pernah menjadi kesultanan besar yang disegani dunia ini juga tanah yang dikenal dengan kekayaan alamnya. Selain keindahan pesona wisata yang memukau, Aceh juga dikenal sebagai wilayah pertanian dengan hasil yang melimpah ruah. Sejarah mencatat jauh di masa lalu, wilayah ini sudah menjalin kerjasama perdagangan lada dengan dunia internasional. Semangat kejayaan pertanian itu pula yang menjadikan kota Banda Aceh sebagai lokasi berdirinya Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala. Tempat ini menjadi saksi dari dedikasi, impian, dan kerja keras yang membingkai harapan untuk mengembangkan dunia keilmuan pertanian di Aceh dan Indonesia. Fakultas Pertanian merupakan fakultas ke-6 di Universitas Syiah Kuala yang lahir pada tanggal 18 Agustus 1964. Dan saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian telah berkembang demikian jauh sehingga telah memiliki 8 program studi sarjana, yaitu agroteknologi, agribisnis, peternakan, teknik pertanian, teknologi hasil pertanian, dan program studi ilmu tanah, termasuk 2 program studi teranyar, yaitu proteksi tanaman serta kehutanan. Selain itu terdapat juga 2 program diploma, yaitu program D3 Manajemen Agribisnis dan program D3 Budidaya Peternakan. Serta 4 program pasca sarjana, yaitu konservasi sumber daya lahan, agroteknologi, agribisnis, dan teknologi industri pertanian yang semuanya pengelolaan dilakukan oleh program pasca sarjana Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala menjadi pusat pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang unggul dan terkemuka dalam bidang pertanian berbasis sumber daya dan kearifan lokal di Indonesia pada tahun 2020.
Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala mengembangkan sistem perkuliahan yang berbasis pada kompetensi pertanian secara terpadu yang relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia dan global. Pengembangan ini didukung sepenuhnya oleh seluruh sivitas akademika fakultas ini. Salah satu dukungan tersebut tercermin dari aktifnya para dosen dan mahasiswa dalam mengembangkan riset-riset unggulan pertanian yang berpola keilmuan dan teknologi, berorientasi produk, dan berbasis pengabdian dengan tetap berupaya untuk mengembangkan potensi lokal. Sebagai hasil dari sistem tersebut, beberapa inovasi dan produk dengan pencapaian istimewa bahkan telah berhasil diwujudkan oleh para mahasiswa jauh sebelum mereka menamatkan jenjang pendidikan sarjana mereka.
Pada saat ini kami telah mengembangkan suatu produk primadona bumbu masakan khas Aceh yang dapat memberikan rasa kesegaran, rasa asam segar pada masakan dan juga dapat menghilangkan bau amis pada masakan ikan. Pada saat ini, produk ini telah kami pastakan sehingga penggunaannya praktis bagi ibu-ibu rumah tangga yang memiliki nilai kesibukan dalam kehidupan sehari-harinya. Produk ini juga memiliki nilai kehigienisan sehingga dapat disimpan dalam jangka waktu yang lama.
Untuk mendukung sistem perkuliahan yang aktif dan berbasis teknologi, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala juga menyediakan berbagai fasilitas seperti laboratorium, bengkel teknik, kebun percobaan, serta berbagai sarana lainnya.
Untuk mendukung menjadi pusat penelitian yang terkemuka juga, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian telah mengembangkan beberapa sarana dan prasarana yang memang secara fundamental sangat diperlukan. Saat ini kita telah mengembangkan satu rumah kaca, satu rumah kasa, dan kebun-kebun percobaan. Kemudian didukung juga oleh laboratorium dan tenaga-tenaga laboran yang tentunya memiliki kualifikasi yang bisa kita andalkan.
Tidak hanya berhenti sampai di situ, Fakultas Pertanian juga mengadakan case study dan study project dengan pendekatan multidisiplin serta mengembangkan fokus research area untuk memberikan sudut pandang dan pengembangan wawasan sesuai dengan perkembangan dunia.
Berkonsentrasi di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat untuk mengeksplorasi agen-agen pengendalian hayati yang dapat digunakan untuk menjawab permasalahan-permasalahan tersebut. Salah satu produk yang kami hasilkan adalah pelet yang berbahan aktif trichoderma yang dapat digunakan untuk menggantikan penggunaan pestisida kimia, di mana kita ketahui pestisida kimia saat ini dapat mengganggu atau merusak kelestarian lingkungan.
Keinginan untuk berkontribusi serta meningkatkan kualitas pertanian dalam kehidupan masyarakat terus berkembang dan terus menghasilkan berbagai terobosan. Berbagai program kerjasama penelitian dan pengabdian tetap menjadi fokus utama untuk memberikan peningkatan kualitas kehidupan pertanian masyarakat.
Pada dasarnya seperti kita ketahui, ketersediaan pupuk buatan itu sangat sulit dan mahal sekarang kondisinya. Kemudian dengan adanya pupuk hayati ramah lingkungan mikoriza ini berarti memberikan solusi kepada petani kita untuk menggunakan pupuk hayati yang ramah lingkungan, dan ini terus terang juga akan memberikan dukungan kepada masyarakat tani, khususnya petani, agar berbudidaya secara organik. Nah, salah satunya itu dengan penggunaan pupuk hayati mikoriza.
Dalam penyelenggaraan proses akademik, sejak tahun 2016, Fakultas Pertanian sudah mulai mengimplementasikan kurikulum berbasis kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia yang diharapkan mampu mendukung pencapaian visi dan misi Fakultas Pertanian, terutama dalam hal memaknai kearifan lokal. yaitu dengan mewajibkan mahasiswa mengambil mata kuliah sumber daya pertanian lokal dan mata kuliah agro-technopreneurship yang lebih menekankan untuk mempelajari dan mengeksplor komoditi-komoditi lokal seperti kopi gayo, minyak nilam, padi lokal Aceh, kemudian kerbau gayo, sapi Aceh, dan komoditi lainnya. Sehingga diharapkan pada saat mahasiswa lulus, mereka menjadi lebih mandiri dan mampu mengembangkan komoditi-komoditi lokal Aceh sebagai sebuah usaha.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala sejak tahun 2005 telah berhasil mengoleksi lebih dari 200 jenis aksesi plasma nutfah padi lokal, termasuk 50 jenis padi beras merah yang merupakan kekayaan sumber daya genetik lokal yang sangat bermanfaat untuk masa depan. Pemberdayaan dan penelitian varietas lokal juga memberikan hasil yang memuaskan. Salah satunya adalah padi Unsyah 1 Sambarasi, diciptakan dari varietas lokal Sambai dari Pulau Simelu dengan sentuhan teknologi mutakhir.
Padi itu kita tanam, kemudian kita hentikan penyiramannya, kita hentikan pengairannya. Itu lebih dari 1 bulan, bahkan sampai 39 hari, itu tanahnya sudah kering, sudah rotak. Bahkan kalau kita ambil itu sudah menjadi debu. Tapi kalau kita lihat bahwa tanaman padinya itu masih bisa tumbuh dengan baik, masih hijau, dan bulir-bulirnya masih berisi, masih berproduksi tinggi. Jadi memang kita mensimulasi perubahan iklim global ke depan itu di dalam rumah kaca supaya nanti kita bisa melepas varietas baru itu yang tahan terhadap cekaman lingkungan seperti kekeringan, suhu tinggi, serangan hama penyakit dan sebagainya.
Berbagai pencapaian akademis dan ilmiah tidak menjauhkan mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala dari berbagai prestasi lainnya. Terbukti dikenalnya nama mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala dalam berbagai program pertukaran mahasiswa ke sejumlah negara di dunia, salah satunya adalah negara Jepang.
Jepang memberikan kami pelajaran bagaimana mereka bangkit dari keterpurukan setelah musibah yang menimpa mereka dengan menggunakan teknologi serta melakukan inovasi dan peningkatan kualitas SDM yang terus-menerus dilakukan. Mereka dapat memajukan pertanian mereka seperti sedia kala, bahkan mereka bisa jauh lebih maju dibandingkan pertanian yang ada di negara manapun.
Dan untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala bukan hanya bekerja sama dengan berbagai institusi lokal dan nasional, namun juga menjalin hubungan baik dengan berbagai lembaga internasional. Meskipun secara kasat mata, prestasi dan prestise Fakultas Pertanian sudah cukup mendunia, namun sivitas akademika fakultas ini masih meyakini bahwa pekerjaan masih jauh dari selesai. Oleh karena itu, seluruh energi dan sinergi yang dimiliki difokuskan oleh fakultas ini untuk mengoptimalkan segenap potensi diri demi mencapai visi dan misi.
Perguruan tinggi sebagai lokomotif pembangunan berbasis ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, inovasi, dan karakter bangsa. Dan pertanian sebagai salah satu sektor yang memegang peranan sangat penting dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi, terutama di bidang pertanian, guna menjaga ketahanan pangan. Revolusi industri 4.0 telah mengubah sistem pertanian yang efektif dan efisien berbasis smart farming seperti Internet of Things, Big Data, dengan harapan produktivitas pertanian meningkat dalam mewujudkan kedaulatan pangan. Maju pertanianku, makmur rakyatku.
Universitas Syiah Kuala is a public university located in Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh Province. Located at the westernmost point of Sumatra Island, the province is rich with traditions, cultures, languages, and natural resources. The university is also known as the heart of the Acehnese, Jantung Hati Rakyat Aceh. It is the oldest university in Aceh, officially established on September 2nd, 1961. Universitas Syiah Kuala was named after an Islamic scholar of Aceh, Abdurrauf bin Ali Al-Jawi Asingkali, who is also known as Tunku Syiah Kuala. He established an Islamic education center at a river mouth in Banda Aceh, which later became an official higher education institution. During this time, he gave great contribution to the education values and Islamic laws and regulations in Aceh. In addition to the main campus in Darussalam, Banda Aceh City, Universitas Syiah Kuala has also established a second campus in the district of Gaya Luiz. The campus is called Program Studi di Luar Kampus Utama, the study program outside the main campus, which was officially opened on September 2nd, 2014. Universitas Syiah Kuala has 12 faculties and a postgraduate school. The Faculty of Economics and Business, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, the Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Engineering, the Faculty of Agriculture, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, the Faculty of Social and Political Science, the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, the Faculty of Nursing, and the Faculty of Dentistry. All these 12 faculties together offer 135 study programs of different levels: diploma programs, undergraduate programs, professional programs, specialist programs, master's programs, and doctoral programs. With various faculties and programs being offered, Universitas Syiah Kuala now hosts more than 32,000 students from various regions in Indonesia and overseas. The university has received numerous awards for its achievements at both the national and the international levels. For example, with Malam Diwa electric car, Universitas Syiah Kuala recently won as the second fastest team to compete technical inspection in the electric class at a prestigious competition in Asia, the Shell Eco Marathon Asia competition. In the research area, the university has also developed a good reputation at the national and international levels through its excellent research and research centers, such as the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center and the Atsiri Research Center. Universitas Syiah Kuala also publishes numerous scientific journals. Some of them have been indexed by SINTA, the Indonesian Citation Index, as Quartile 1 and 2 journals. One of the university's journals, Studies in English Language and Education Journal, has recently been indexed by Scopus, one of the most reputable journal indexing and citation databases in the scientific world. Universitas Syiah Kuala has actively participated in several collaborative programs with several countries in Asia and Europe. These include Erasmus Mobility and Capacity Building Program, IMT-GT University Network Program, and the Erasmus Plus program. Universitas Syiah Kuala has numerous national and international collaborations with universities and companies across the globe. Through this collaboration, the university has successfully organized various academic and non-academic events which have improved the university's national and international reputations. The Joint Research and Publication Program, the Exchange Program, the Internship Program, the Disaster and Cultural Summer Camp, and the Humanitarian Program are among many others. Universitas Syiah Kuala does not only focus on improving the quality of academic activities within the campus, but also proudly offers services to the communities. These tasks are assigned to 3 units at the university: the Office of International Affairs, Career Development Center, and Entrepreneurship Center. These units help students, staff, and alumni expand their experiences in academics, business, and beyond. Therefore, Universitas Syiah Kuala has always appreciated and placed at top priorities all partnerships and collaborations, and has managed to make the university what it is today, the heart of the Acehnese, Jantong Hati Rakyat Aceh. The university continuously strives to improve the quality of its academic activities, research development, humanitarian works, and the quality and quantity of scientific publications to achieve its vision to become the leading university in Asia and to become the world-class institution.
Universitas Syiah Kuala, universitas yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka, menuju Innovation Socio-Technopreneur University.
Provinsi paling barat Indonesia yang bernama Aceh menyimpan catatan sejarah yang panjang dan melegenda. Wilayah yang pada masanya dulu pernah menjadi kesultanan besar yang disegani dunia ini, juga tanah yang dikenal dengan kekayaan alamnya. Selain keindahan pesona wisata yang memukau, Aceh juga dikenal sebagai wilayah pertanian dengan hasil yang melimpah ruah. Sejarah mencatat jauh di masa lalu, wilayah ini sudah menjalin kerjasama perdagangan lada dengan dunia internasional. Semangat kejayaan pertanian itu pula yang menjadikan kota Banda Aceh sebagai lokasi berdirinya Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala. Tempat ini menjadi saksi dari dedikasi, impian, dan kerja keras yang membingkai harapan untuk mengembangkan dunia keilmuan pertanian di Aceh dan Indonesia. Fakultas Pertanian merupakan fakultas ke-6 di Universitas Syiah Kuala yang lahir pada tanggal 18 Agustus 1964. Dan saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian telah berkembang demikian jauh sehingga telah memiliki 8 program studi sarjana, yaitu agroteknologi, agribisnis, peternakan, teknik pertanian, teknologi hasil pertanian, dan program studi ilmu tanah, termasuk 2 program studi teranyar, yaitu proteksi tanaman serta kehutanan. Selain itu terdapat juga 2 program diploma, yaitu program D3 Manajemen Agribisnis dan program D3 Budidaya Peternakan, serta 4 program pasca sarjana, yaitu konservasi sumber daya lahan, agroteknologi, agribisnis, dan teknologi industri pertanian yang semuanya pengelolaan dilakukan oleh program pasca sarjana Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Visi Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala menjadi pusat pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang unggul dan terkemuka dalam bidang pertanian berbasis sumber daya dan kearifan lokal di Indonesia pada tahun 2020.
Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala mengembangkan sistem perkuliahan yang berbasis pada kompetensi pertanian secara terpadu yang relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia dan global. Pengembangan ini didukung sepenuhnya oleh seluruh sivitas akademika fakultas ini. Salah satu dukungan tersebut tercermin dari aktifnya para dosen dan mahasiswa dalam mengembangkan.
And gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start in 7 minutes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 3rd International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry, ICAGRI 2021, with the theme Sustainable Technologies for Enhancing Agricultural Productivity, Challenges and Current Scenario at Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syiah Kuala, Aceh, Indonesia.
We are pleased to invite both local and international academia, researchers, policymakers, professionals, and other stakeholders to join us at the 3rd International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry, ICAGRI 2021. This conference is hosted by Agriculture Faculty, Universitas Syiah Kuala. It is an honor for us to introduce and welcome to the guests at this conference.
My Honorable Director of Universitas Syiah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal, M.Eng.IPU,
Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Universitas Syiah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Samadi, M.Sc.
the Chairman of ICAGRI 2021, Dr. Indera Sakti Nasution, STP, M.Sc.
And also we welcome all the keynote speaker, the presenter, and participants of ICAGRI 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our main agenda today, let us listen to the recitations of Holy Al-Quran, Surah Al-Mujadilah, verse 11. To Mr. Munzirin, the stage is yours.
وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير. والله بما تعملون خبير. صدق الله العظيم.
Pass on to the next agenda is the recitation of the Seulawat Badar. All participants please to stand up. Salatullah salamullah ala Taha Rasulillah. Salatullah salamullah ala Yasin Habibillah. Tawassalna bismillah wa bil hadi rasulillah wa kulli mujahidin lillah bi ahlil badri ya Allah. Salatullah salamullah ala Taha Rasulillah. Salatullah salamullah ala Yasin Habibillah.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, for the blessing of our agenda today, let us pray together that also will be led by Mr. Munzirin. To Mr. Munzirin, the time is yours.
نعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم اغفر للمسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم إنا نسألك علما نافعا ورزقا ورزقا طيبا وعملا متقبلا. اللهم إنا نسألك علما نافعا ورزقا طيبا وعملا متقبلا. ربنا إننا سمعنا مناديا ينادي للإيمان أن آمنوا بربكم فآمنا. ربنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار. ربنا وآتنا ما وعدتنا على رسلك ولا تخزنا يوم القيامة إنك لا تخلف الميعاد. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. All participants are demanded to stand up.
Please be seated. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to listen to the welcoming statements delivered by the chairman of ICAGRI 2021. Please welcome Dr. Indera Sakti, M.Sc.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Praise to Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, which allow us together in this conference. Honorable Rector, Universitas Syiah Kuala, Honorable Vice Rector, Universitas Syiah Kuala, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syiah Kuala, Honorable Vice Dean, Agricultural Faculty, Universitas Syah Kuala, Honorable all invited speakers, and all sponsors, distinguished paper presenters, participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all participants on the 3rd International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry 2021. Thank you for coming and join us today. I would like to express huge appreciation for the constant support and assistance I have received throughout the conference from the entire committee who had hard work to prepare this virtual conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry is an annual conference organized by Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syah Kuala, Indonesia. Due to the unforeseen circumstances of global pandemic COVID-19, the conference is carried out virtually by Zoom meeting platform. From our deep pleasure, please enjoy this virtual meeting and please feeling like we are gathering together on the same place. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference is Sustainable Technologies for Enhancing Agricultural Faculty, Agricultural Productivity, Challenges, and Current Scenario. Due to the environmental stress on water scarcities, insufficient land use, soil depletion, and greenhouse gas emissions, the demands on sustainable agriculture are rapidly increasing. Therefore, the sustainable development concept was developed regarding of these problems. Many regions face risk of inevitable damage to the human environment. Environmental stress has been seen as a result of the increasing growth of the population, technology growth and development, and the rising people's living standards. Given the importance of agriculture as a crucial provider of food, the sustainable development of this sector is important. Thus, sustainable agriculture needs an innovative system that protects and enhances the natural resource base while increasing productivity. To resolve those problems, we are proud to invite very excellent speaker from broad country. First, Professor Dr. Insinyur Dedi Nursyamsi, representative of Indonesian Minister of the Directorate General Agency for Extension and Human Resources Development, Ministry of Agriculture. The second, Professor Dr. Susanna Nogat from George August Universität Göttingen, Germany. Third, Professor Dr. Fatima Baptista from University of Évora, Portugal. Fourth, Dr. Natsumi Kanjaki from Forestry and Forest Research Institute, Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate it for all invited speakers and international academia, researchers, policymakers, professionals, and other stakeholders who join us at this conference. All accepted papers will be submitted to EOP Conference Series indexed by Scopus. All papers were subjected for review in terms of format and appropriate contents by 2 independent reviewers. We already received 131 papers through submission system from Australia, France, Greece, Malaysia, Uzbekistan, Iraq, Libya, Uganda, and Indonesia. A total of 111 papers were accepted for presentation, while 20 submission papers were rejected. As a conference chair, I firmly believe that the success of virtual conference like this event can be achieved by arranging a stimulating program. We sincerely hope that next forthcoming ICAGRI conference will be conducted lively in touch as previously in 2019. Thus everyone finds the conference is stimulating and enjoying. Finally, I humbly request to Dean and Rector to deliver his speech and also open this conference. So enjoy your time in this conference. We hope you will find your time with us exciting. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much to the chairman of ICAGRI 2021 for the speech. Moving on to the next schedule, I would like to call upon the Dean of Agriculture, Faculty of Universitas Syiah Kuala, to give the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Samadi, M.Sc.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, by the grace of the God, we have been offered the opportunity to gather here this morning to give thanks to the Almighty God for His abundant mercies and grace. On behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, it gives me a very great pleasure to extend you all a very welcome in the 3rd International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry 2021 held by the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syiah Kuala. On behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, we would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal M.Eng. as Director of Universitas Syiah Kuala to facilitate for our international conference. I honorable welcome to our keynote speakers, Dr. Haji Syahrul Yassin Limpo SH.M.H., Minister of Agriculture Republik Indonesia, in this time represented by Professor Dr. Insinyur Dedi Nursyamsi, Magister Agriculture, Director General Indonesia Agency of Agricultural Extension and Human Resource Development. Professor Dr. Susanna Neugaard from Georg August University, Göttingen, Germany. Professor Dr. Fatima Baptista from University of Portugal. Dr. Natsumi Kanzaki, Forestry and Forest Product Research Institute in Japan. All invited speakers and all participants joining for our 3rd International Conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, last year the Faculty of Agriculture has successfully conducted the 1st and 2nd International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry. However, this year was the same as last year's conference, in which, due to pandemic COVID-19, the 3rd ICAGRI Organizing Committee is committed to taking into account the current development of the spread of the virus, and your safety is our top priority. Therefore, we still conduct a virtual or online presentation for this year. As the topic for our international conference today is sustainable technologies for enhancing agriculture productivity, challenge and current scenario. With this topic, we hope that the transfer of technology and innovation provide opportunities to promote productivity growth and improve quality agriculture products, which maintain the quality environment and other sustainable aspects as well. Many factors influencing the adoption of agricultural technologies and innovation should be considered, such as production input, biological control, agricultural tools and machinery, agricultural product development, bioenergy and environment. In this very good opportunity, I would like to convey my deepest appreciation to Dr. Indera Sakti Nasution as the chairman for this international conference and all the committee, the 3rd International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry 2021 for the hard work which has enabled the success of hosting for this international conference. May their good deeds and hard work will be rewarded by Almighty God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Amin ya Rabbil Alamin. Finally, once again, I warmly welcome you all to join for this international conference, which the 3rd International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry will provide a very fruitful information. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Professor Dr. Samadi for the speech. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my deep pleasure to introduce the Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal, M.Eng.IPU, to deliver the welcoming remarks, and afterwards we would like to request the Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala to officially open the ICAGRI 2021. To Professor Samsul Rizal, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you. Dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Universitas Syiah, I would like to express our warmest welcome to all of you, the participants in this conference. Honorable Vice Rector, Universitas Syiah, Honorable Keynote Speakers, Dr. Haji Syahrul Yassin Limpo, SHM, Minister of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Susan Negat from Georg August Universität Göttingen, Germany, Professor Dr. Fatima Baptista from University of Évora, Portugal, Dr. Nasumi Kanzaki from Forestry and Forest Research Institute, Japan. Distinguished guests, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the world today is facing many challenges. Recent COVID-19 pandemic has shaken the global economy, especially on agriculture sector. Agriculture serves as the most important economic sector, endorsing food security and human development. Issue on the sustainable agriculture and security after the global COVID-19 pandemic has become a major concern in sustaining food security. We need to address the sustainability agenda to deliver improvement in efficiency and resources productivity. Therefore, some approach, strategies, and policy implementation are important to guarantee the third International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry aim to promote the interaction among academicians, researchers, and practitioners, and to strengthen academic and industrial collaboration and to strengthen academics and industrial collaboration to enhance research and innovation. It is my hope under the third International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry would be able to achieve the above mentioned objective. We believe that this conference will stimulate a discussion and to share ideas of multidisciplinary researchers, scientists, practitioners, and policymakers will be a major contribution in the prevention and settlement of various problems due to those recently issued. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, my deepest gratitude goes to the International Scientific Committee and Advisory Board, Steering Committee, and special to organizing committees, members, sponsors, and volunteers who have directly and indirectly supported the success of this conference. To all our distinguished guests and participants, thank you for joining our virtual conference, and I hope you also enjoy Aceh's dance performance. Finally, I declare this third International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry 2021 officially open. May our gods always guide it and bless all of us. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Professor Samsul Rizal for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin to the first speaker session. But before that, we would like to watch some videos from Aceh Tourism Department. Please enjoy.
Assalamualaikum. Lun sambut jame yang katruh nedeka, lun pemulihan. grup. Hai bo hati, hancur hati dalam dada. Oke meko hana pade, sayang pade sini baik hana. Belika grup. Hai bo hati, hancur hati dalam dada. Kacau kapo nangis tinggi, tiga pade habis gunja. Belika grup. Hai bo hati, hancur hati dalam dada. Bungong hai sudah bungong, hai kena netamong neja pariksa. Bungong hai sudah bungong, kena netamong neja pariksa. Kalau sayangnya bungong lenton, bungong kembe, bungong mangat besi, bungong jempa. Yo bungong lenton, bungong laye, bungong mangat be, bungong dahlia. Bungong hai sudah bungong, ala kena netamong neja pariksa. Bungong hai sudah bungong, ala kena netamong neja pariksa. Yo bungong lenton, bungong kembe, bungong mangat besi, bungong jempa. Yo bungong lenton, bungong laye, bungong mangat be, bungong dahlia. Amin Allah Summa amin. Urang mumin galake-lake doa berkat rahmat Allah yang beri nangro Aceh makmu senia. Amin Allah summa amin. Urang mumin galake-lake doa berkat rahmat Allah yang beri nangro Aceh makmu senia. Lale lale gutanyo lale ana jantate umuka tuha putih di janggut kuning kuningan mise antum tak cumbe di kamu salah putih di janggut kuningan mise antum tak cumbe di kamu salah antum tak cumbe di kamu salah antum tak cumbe di kamu salah. Janggut kuning mana mise antum tak cumbe di kamu salah antum tak cumbe di kamu salah antum tak cumbe di kamu salah. Lale 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 lambura hai burak menari lam atuh ruhung gunung lamba cabeng bungong hai baca bungong lam ane le kuah lambura bura menari lam atu ruhung gunung lam baca bungong alamu debek nak sulit beramanah dipercaya kanjai ke labah sulit ke pangkai alamu debek nak sulit beramanah dipercaya panjai ke labah bagu-bagu rahayu maha ihala bagu-bagu rahayu maha uhele lambu kerlek sayang sayang ke tapak payung lama ujung kampung kampung ke Pulau Jawa lam hajat di hati sedola kata dengan lun membulam dalung dalung tak bagi dua. Hum lele hala bakura hum lele hala ya Allah jiwa ponang rohai bule dipude di Aceh Raya dalam sejarahnya kala mertua, belega dalam dawa, saja besari langkah bersatu tegak. Nangro Aceh mertua, belega dalam dawa, saja besari langkah bersatu tegak. Nangro Aceh mertua. Uro-uro kadiloho indah mirah tembaga, darajat tajawo meseput malam kateka, kampung kaseput malam kateka, hai kampung kaseput malam kateka. Uro-uro kadiloho.
Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home. That makes you curious for more. Adventure. To start your journey, travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for the first speaker session that will be moderated by Dr. Insinyur Yusya Abubakar, M.Sc.
Dr. Yusya Abubakar is a lecturer at the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syiah. He was born in Takengon, 24 December 1962. Dr. Yusya completed his bachelor degree at Bogor Agriculture University and pursued his master's degree at Auburn University, United States of America. In 2000, he received a PhD from North Carolina State University, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's welcome Dr. Yusya Abubakar.
Honorable rectors, vice rectors, and deans, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, welcome to the keynote speaker session of 3rd ICAGRI 2021. I am so delighted to see all of you here, eager to engage in crucial issues on sustainable agriculture, food security, and food production system. When we talk about food sustainability, it means we talk about our future, the future of human being, the future of our beloved next grandchildren. This issue has been lingering around us in the last few decades due to population growth, extreme weather, and severe climate change. And now, the situation even more challenging, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. Many food-related supply chains have been disturbed and interrupted. Today, we gather here to exchange our knowledge, experience, recent technologies, and current innovation. I believe we collectively possess the competence, the compassion, and creativity to come up with significant solutions to untangle our problem and then enhance our food production system for a better food security and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Dedi Nursyamsi and Professor Dr. Fatima Baptista. Good morning, Professor Dedi Nursyamsi. Okay, I believe Professor Dr. Nursyamsi already joined us in here. Thank you for joining us this morning from Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, each of our speakers will share their insight for about 30 minutes consecutively. And then after both presentation, we will have about 20 minutes for discussion and answer. So do you have any question during the presentation? Please write them down in the chat windows. Before we start, let me introduce our first speaker. Professor Dedi Nursyamsi has been involved in research in the last 2 decades, especially in soil science, agroclimate, and hydrology. He has written 4 books related to soil science and peat management, and also has written a number of research papers. His current position is Director General of Indonesian Agency of Agricultural Extension and Human Resource Development in the Ministry of Agriculture. Before holding the current position, he has served as Assistant of Ministry of Agriculture for Infrastructure in 2019, Director of the Indonesian Center of Agriculture and Resource Research and Development from 2014 and 2019, and several other important positions. Today, Professor Nursyamsi will talk about sustainable agriculture and food security, post-COVID pandemic, challenge and new opportunities. Professor Nursyamsi, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Salman. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Excellencies, Professor Samsul Rizal, Rector of Syiah Kuala University, Professor Samadi, Dean of Agricultural Faculty, Syiah Kuala University, Professor Fatima Baptista, University of Jopara and MID Portugal, Dr. Nazumi Kansaki, Forestry and Forest Product Research Institute, Japan, Professor Susan George August, University Groningen, Germany, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of His Excellency, Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Syahrul Yassin Limpo, I would like to express my highest appreciation to Syiah Kuala University for organizing the third International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry, ICAGRI 2021. Furthermore, it is my pleasure to convey greetings for our Minister, Director of Syiah Kuala University, invited speakers, the Committee of ICAGRI 2021, and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to present the Ministry of Agriculture strategies and policies regarding sustainable agriculture and food security post-COVID-19 pandemic, challenges and new opportunities. I will convey two main topics. The first one will elaborate about the performance of agricultural sector in 2020 and in semester second 2021. The second one will describe about the agriculture development policies and program. Looking at this slide, COVID-19 has changed all elements of life on this world. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic has made massive changes to the strategic environment, such as the warning of the dry season that will threaten us in the future. In addition, FAO said that there would be a threat of a food crisis in the future. It will result in food availability for 273 million people in Indonesia. In addition, there will also be restriction on global food export when other countries experiencing the same things due to the impact of the pandemic will also impose export restriction. Currently, there has also been a trade war between China, India, and United States. COVID-19 affects food security in Indonesia, such as disruption of agricultural production due to restriction on the movement of people or labor, disruption of food distribution due to the implementation of large-scale social restriction and limited area closures, declining people's purchasing power, and the occurrence of layoffs. In order to cope this situation, the Ministry of Agriculture has formalized national agricultural policies as follows: increase staple food productivity, streamlining food production, facilitate transportation access, maintain price stabilization, develop buffer stock, and market intervention. However, surprisingly, the agricultural sector has proven to be a sector that can survive and even grow amid this crisis. As stated by the President of the Republic Indonesia, the agricultural sector has contributed to the positive highest to national economic growth, which is in a position to experience a slowdown. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to draw your attention to this picture. As we can see that the agriculture sector is the highest contributor to economic growth during a pandemic. When GDP growth in the second quarter of 2020 was at value of minus 4.19%, the agricultural sector was able to grow 16.24% compared to other business sectors, which were mostly minus. Furthermore, as we can see in the next slide, during the third quarter of 2020, where the average of Indonesia's economy grew at minus 3.45%, the agricultural sector grew 2.19% plus. Meanwhile, when we look at the GDP growth by business sector in quarter second 2020, Indonesia at an average of minus 2.19%. However, surprisingly, agriculture, forestry, and fishery grew plus 2.59%. Similarly, in 2020, when Indonesia economic growth was at minus 2.07%, agricultural sector contributed 1.75% compared to other sectors which were mostly minus. Looking at the economic growth in 2021, the agricultural sector increased by 2.95% in the first quarter, where the average position was minus 0.74%. With regard to GDP growth by business sectors, in the second quarter of 2021, Indonesia's average GDP growth was 3.31%, but for the agricultural sector, it saw a productive industry by 12.93%. The growth of the agricultural sector is also seen the value of export. When we compare with the value of farm export between 29 and 2020 in total, from January to December, there was an increase of 15.79% of the total export value of 390 million rupiah in 2019 to 4,100 trillion rupiah in 2020. Processed products dominate the export value. The state crop subsector is still the most significant contributor. In 2021, export value of agricultural products in Indonesia rose by 46.76% from January to August 2021. The significant contributor is still from the estate crop subsector. Moving on the next slide, we would like to highlight that the development of agriculture in Indonesia has proven to be able to increase the farmer aging rate, or nilai tukar petani (NTP), and agriculture business aging rate, or NTUP. As we can see in this picture, the trend of NTP and NTUP, especially from June 2020, is getting better. NTP in September 2021 was 105.68, or up by 0.96% compared to August 2021, while NTP in September 21 was 105.58, up by 0.74% compared to August 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on the second topic, which is the agricultural development policies and program. I would like to highlight some important messages from the Ministry of Agriculture. In developing agriculture in Indonesia, there are several challenges faced, including fulfillment of food for Indonesia's population of 273 million people and is estimated to continue to grow along with population growth of 1.26% per year. Land conversion is quite massive. The dominance of farmers who are mostly over 45 years old. The COVID-19 pandemic hampers and creation of food security, especially the restriction on food distribution. The complexity of the institutions that handle food from upstream to downstream, so that it's challenges to increase added value. And the formulation of food policy is still partial because the implementation of food policy is carried out in sectoral manner, resulting in difficulties and coordination, resulting in not being able to work quickly. According to President's instruction, there are three main program priorities to strengthen the agricultural sector to contribute more in Indonesia's economy. First, of farm development. Farmers need to move from on-farm to off-farm operation by providing added value through processing agricultural products. Second is farmers credit scheme. We call it Kredit Usaha Rakyat. In this regard, President instructs, first, farmers need intensive financing and assistance schemes to enter the off-farm side after production. Second, assistance include financial management, packaging aspect to marketing. Third, in 2020, we support for Kredit Usaha Rakyat is 190 trillion rupiah, including the agricultural sector. Third is farmer corporation by conducting stranger encouragements to micro, small and medium enterprises engaged in the agricultural sector to collaborate in forming groups or with big corporates. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to implement President instruction, the Ministry of Agriculture carry out national priority, which is strengthening economic resilience for equality and equitable growth through priority programs. Number 3, which is increasing availability, access, and quality of food consumption. And priority program number 6, which is increasing the added value of employment and investment in the real sector and industrialization. The national priority has been translated into 5 policy programs, both specific program for the Ministry of Agriculture and collaborating with other ministries. The program are Quality Food Availability, Access and Consumption Program, Industrial Value Added and Competitiveness Program, Science and Technology Research and Innovation, Vocational Education and Training Program, Management Support Program. To carry out the 5 policy programs, the Ministry of Agriculture developed an agriculture development strategy to support food security and increase sustainable competitiveness. These strategies are called cara bertindak, CB, or way of X. These CB are, first, improve production capacity through food estates and farmer corporation. Second, diversification of local food. Third, strengthening reserve and food logistics system. Fourth, development of modern agriculture. Fifth, triple food export movement. Moving on the next slide, Ministry of Agriculture stated that food estate based on farmer corporation is one of the strategy to support sustainable agriculture. The main goal is farmer civilization change. It means that mindset management and behavior management of the farmers will be transformed into new civilization. Highlight of food estates is cluster-based large-scale agriculture enterprises, multi-commodity, mechanization, agriculture modernization, and digitalization system. Cooperating farmers, downstream agricultural production. Looking at this picture, we would like to describe about the development concept of food estate area based on farmer corporation. As we can see in this slide, from upstream to downstream farm operation is explained in detail. Farmer corporation is a business ecosystem for farmers in a large scale connected to multi-stakeholders and facilitated by various facilities such as insurance, finance, co-stratany, certification, and regulation. Farmers Corporation is also captured by various channels of off-taker such as marketplace, e-commerce, and export. The food estate program are conducted in 3 provinces, namely North Sumatra, Central Kalimantan, and East Nusa Tenggara. 3 of the main activities to support the implementation of food estate are: first, regional arrangement and development of facilities and infrastructure. Second, human resource development and farmer corporation. Third, capacity building and business diversification. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to achieve sustainable agriculture in Indonesia, the synergy carried out by Ministry of Agriculture is focusing on the following 3 essential things: improve human resources capacity, implement digital technology, and apply innovation. Currently, the Ministry of Agriculture is developing agricultural war room. We call it AWR, a command center for monitoring and communicating to farmers and other related stakeholders across Indonesia. The use of IT and Internet of Things is to aid leaders in making strategic decisions quickly and accurately. The Ministry of Agriculture is implementing digital transformation such as application of Internet of Things, robot construction, artificial intelligence for agriculture war room development, and agricultural mechanization automation such as smart greenhouse, automatic tractor, and automatic rice transplanter robot. Ladies and gentlemen, as one of the critical foundation in agriculture development in Indonesia, developing human resources in agriculture to produce professional, independent, and competitive agriculture human resources is very, very important. Therefore, the Ministry of Agriculture has launched several programs to empower millennial farmers. The Ministry of Agriculture has identified several challenges related to millennial farmers, such as: first, the number of farmer households in the last 10 years decreased by 5 million. As many as 81% of Indonesian farmers are over 45 years old. Third, many millennials consider the profession of a farmer to be uncool. Slum, poor, marginalized community. Fourth, the decline in the number of farmers threatens Indonesia to realize food sovereignty in the future. However, If we can handle these challenges, there are opportunities that we can have in the future to develop millennial farmers. Some of their potential as follows. First, young generation is needed as the successor of agriculture development. Second, technological advance, particularly industrial agriculture 4.0, demand human resources who are ready to compete and are professional in the agricultural sector. Third, millennial farmers are expected to innovate and have creative ideas so that they are beneficial for agricultural sustainability. Fourth, availability of agricultural land. The role of youth is to substitute aging farmers because we believe that they are more competitive, more responsive to technology, more adaptive and creative. Along with the digital transformation in agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture stated that the future agriculture development will increasingly rely on young farmers with digital technology, especially as a strategy to strengthen production and distribution. Technology sub young agripreneurs are potential and strategic partners to solve distribution constraints and the weak access to farmers' markets so far. Furthermore, the Minister of Agriculture believes that more young people who want to enter the field of agriculture can have a better chance of life and has opportunity to prosper their economy. Moreover, by utilizing the available technology, the world is in the hands of young people. Ladies and gentlemen, in developing millennial farmers, the Ministry of Agriculture delivers several activities such as vocational education, vocational training, millennial agripreneur development program, youth entrepreneurship and employment support services, millennial farmer ambassadors, and flagship farmer ambassadors. Through these millennial farmer development activities, the Ministry of Agriculture introduces smart farming to millennials to carry out agriculture management efficiently. The Ministry of Agriculture hopes that more millennial farmers will focus on agriculture significantly to increase farm production, distribution, and marketing. To support this action, the Ministry of Agriculture collaborates with other related parties, for instance, an effort to improve the quality of technology-based agricultural human resources. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my presentation, we would like to state that agricultural sector has proven to be resilient in this pandemic era. Moreover, agricultural sector has contributed the highest to national economic growth. Therefore, to achieve sustainable agriculture in Indonesia, the program and strategy of Ministry of Agriculture is critical to be implemented by related stakeholders. In addition, one of the essential foundations to develop agriculture in Indonesia is through the development of human resources in agriculture, such as development of millennial farmers. Millennial farmers are essential because they are smart, adaptive to technology, and ready to enter the era of agricultural industry 4.0. Furthermore, millennial farmers have started to take part in agriculture development from upstream to downstream. Youths are valuable asset for Indonesia to be able to secure agriculture production in the future. That is all. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Nursyamsi, for your great presentation. And briefly, I will summarize. It is encouraging to know that agricultural sectors grow positively during the pandemic. This is an excellent, I think. And also, beside physical infrastructure, we also need to prepare human resources, such as millennial farmers and extension services to support a sustainable agriculture. Again, thank you for Professor Nursyamsi, and we will please join us later during the discussion at the end of this presentation. Now, before we move on to our next distinguished speaker, Professor Fatima Baptista. Good morning, Professor Baptista. Okay, I believe Professor Fatima Baptista. Hello, good morning. We hope that, yeah, good morning, Professor Baptista. We hope this is not too early for you in Portugal. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm sorry because I can't speak very loud because I am, it's middle of night here. So sorry for that, but thank you.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, okay. And before we start this session, let me read briefly curriculum vitae of Professor Fatima Baptista. Professor Baptista obtained her PhD degree in agricultural engineering from the University of Evora in 2007. She has been involved in teaching and research in rural buildings with regard to environmental control and climate modeling and greenhouse and livestock facilities. In recent years, she has also developed research activities in the field of energy efficiency in agriculture and agro-industries, being part of EU project on these topics. She also coordinates University of Evora teams in Erasmus Plus projects on sustainable agriculture, sustainable farming, and next generation training on intelligence greenhouse. She has written more than 100 scientific papers in reputable international journals and has more than 600 citations. Her current position are Associate Professor with Habilitation at the University of Evora and Mediterranean Institute of Agriculture, Environment and Development. She also served as President of European Agricultural Engineering Association. Today, she will share her insight on how to contribute for a sustainable agriculture. Professor Baptista, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the organizers will with you since I cannot talk loud here at this moment, but I will be here. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, thank you. To start. We will start your presentation in a few minutes.
Many thanks, Mr. Chairman, for your kind words. Good morning to everyone. I want to send my special greetings to the conference organizers and to the Minister of Agriculture. It is an honor to share this panel with you, sir. First of all, let me express my thanks to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this conference. If you are watching this video, it's because I had problems with internet connection that did not allow to participate in real time. Please apologize for that. This conference is focused on sustainable technologies for enhancing agriculture productivity. It is a great honor to participate as one of the invited speakers, but at the same time, a huge responsibility. I hope that I can meet the expectations. In fact, when I was invited, I asked the organizers if they want me to deal with a specific thematic. Of course, they were very polite and answered, just show your research related with sustainable agriculture. This is exactly what I will do during this presentation that I prepared with the collaboration of Dr. Patricia Lourenço. My presentation will start with a brief presentation of my university and research center, followed by an introduction concerning sustainable agriculture. Then I will show some results of works that can contribute for a sustainable agriculture production, and I will finish with some final considerations. Allow me to start by saying some words about my home institution, the University of Évora, and the city itself. Portugal is located in the west side of Europe, surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, and the only neighbor is Spain. The city of Évora is located in south of Portugal, 150 kilometers from Lisbon. Évora was elevated to the category of municipality under the name of Évora Liberalitas Julia as honorary title granted by the Roman Imperator Julius Caesar. Évora was classified by UNESCO as World Heritage, and it is a very beautiful city with very friendly people waiting to welcome you. The University of Évora was the second university established in Portugal in the 16th century, with the consent of Pope Paul IV, with the right to teach all subjects except medicine, civil law, and the contentious part of the canon law. The solemn inauguration took place on November 1 of the year 1559. Even today, the university's anniversary is celebrated with the solemn opening ceremony of the academic year each 1st of November. The university has several research centers, and the one related with agriculture is Mediterranean Institute for Agriculture, Environment and Development, being the large and highly multidisciplinary research and development unit focused on the sustainability of ecosystems and food systems in the Mediterranean context. MED is positioned at the core of the research needs to comply with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, as well as with the Green Deal of the European Union. MED researchers work with the ambition to find solutions to questions from the real world. Research outcomes support the optimization of management to enhance the resilience, productivity, and profitability of the Mediterranean production systems and value chains, while delivering environmental and social benefits. For this, research is organized in thematic lines around specific Mediterranean value chains and production systems, such as olive oil or silvopastoral systems, as well as transversal questions such as biodiversity or governance. MED carries out research driven by problem-based questions that arise from practices and also those related to the new reality in the face of climate change. MED researchers seek to increase excellence in research and to contribute with solutions to the sustainability of agroecosystems, the environment, and the supporting territories. I want also to introduce our team that along many years have worked and contributed for the results that I will show you today. We are a team of senior research that I will name now. Professor Vasco Fitas da Cruz, expert in animal facilities, environmental control and circular economy. Professor José Rafael Marques da Silva, expert in smart farming. Dr. Patricia Lourenço, expert in remote sensing. Professor Adélia Souza, expert in remote sensing and geographic information systems. Professor Luís Leopoldo Silva, expert in irrigation systems. Professor Teresa Baptista in environmental impact assessment and geographic information systems. Also, two young researchers work with us mainly in the area of rural buildings. Sustainable agriculture, it's not easy to define or measure due to the complex mixture and interrelations of environmental, social, and economic aspects. In fact, one of the great challenges of humanity to the development of sustainable agriculture is to feed a growing world population in a sustainable way, preserving and maintaining a balance between the economy, the society, and the environment. Agriculture is fundamental for society to provide food, feed, and biomass, and also provides income and employment for population. However, it contributes for deforestation, biodiversity losses, and has a great impact on greenhouse gas emission. Besides the increased agricultural productivity, some communities are still suffering from social problems such as poverty and or malnutrition. Agriculture sector remains facing a huge challenge of increased productivity to feed with good nutritional diets, an increasing population, and at the same time, reducing the impacts on the environment, biodiversity, and climate change. Implementing sustainable food production and consumption will boost the economy, improve people's health and quality of life, and care for nature. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the need for robust and resilient food systems based on a sustainable bioeconomy prepared to respond to global shocks and disruptions in supply chains, to assure agricultural resources and food availability and mitigate socioeconomic impacts of crisis, especially regarding food scarcity. The interest in increasing food production and at the same time reducing damage to the environment is captured in the 2030 United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development and also in the European Green Deal. According to the agenda, agriculture and food systems should be more resilient, efficient, sustainable, and society should adopt a more sustainable consumption and production. This agenda promotes the creation of resilient food systems and the strengthening of markets so that people can access safe and nutritious food. The European Green Deal aims, through the farm to fork strategy, valorize food sustainability, enhancing food systems fair, healthy, and also environmental friendly. Other very important aspect is that sustainable agriculture is necessary to promote conservation and sustainable resources use, integrating land, water, and living resources management. As already mentioned, sustainable agriculture aims to increase the productivity without affecting the quality of soil and water, preserve the ecosystem, the animal welfare, generate income for farmers, and improve quality of life in rural areas, and also contribute to the global economy. Therefore, to face the current and new challenges and opportunities, farmers, technicians, and agriculture workers need to have know-how and available technologies to implement these changes. Professor Xin Zhang's team recently published a very interesting work presenting and analyzing for several countries multidisciplinary and quantitative indicators of sustainable agriculture. They developed a sustainable agriculture matrix to quantify national performance indicators in agriculture and to investigate the trade-offs and synergies based on historical data. The results reveal priority areas for improvement by each country and show that the trade-offs among the indicators often diverge. Authors outline that these indicators will improve as data become more available, but this first version offers already a useful starting point for evaluating processes and identify priorities for improvement. Summarizing the performance of sustainable agriculture indicators, they found that a country's performance in the economic and social dimension is generally positively related to its income, as you can see. While the performance in the environmental dimension is the worst in the upper middle income group. More detailed, the result shows that a large fraction of high-income countries have achieved the sustainable targets. The green zone for the economic dimension, when compared with the other groups. While the fraction of countries failed in the red zone increases from the upper middle income groups to the low income groups. In the social dimension, the social dimension follows a similar pattern, but no country has achieved the green zone despite income levels. The fraction of countries within each income group that falls in the green zone of the environmental dimension declines as income grows, and the fraction in the red zone is the highest in the upper middle income group. This last result is aligned with the environmental Kuznets theory that states environmental impacts first increase and then reduce with economic development. Another important issue is related with education. In fact, education and formation are important tools for preparing agriculture technicians and researchers, farmers and workers to make productive contributions and to change behaviors based on our higher knowledge, competencies, and skills. For that, universities arise with an important mission in the context of social transformation and to integrate sustainable development into the educational system as a scientific subject. In consequence, students will get better informed and prepared to deal with global issues such as food security, climate change, water management, energy management, biodiversity, health and social inequality, and become better prepared to face a sustainable future. In following, I will present the results of research realized in the last 10 years and that we believe are a contribution for a more sustainable agriculture production. The first results were obtained under the frame of the SFARM, Sustainable Farming Project, that comprised universities from Greece, Italy, and Portugal, and from Asia, universities from China, Indonesia, Laos, and Vietnam. One of the main goals of the SFARM was to develop new curricula for a master program in sustainable agriculture. This work has been recently published in the Journal of Cleaner Production and presents the results of questionnaires developed and distributed to academics, experts in agrarian sciences from Greece, Italy, and Portugal, with the goal of identifying the best practices to be followed for master programs in sustainable agriculture. As stated, the main objective of these questionnaires was to identify the best practices based on other similar questionnaires and ideas expressed in the European Initiative for Sustainable Development in Agriculture. We wanted to answer questions such as, which are the fundamental expertise in M.Sc program on sustainable agriculture? Which are the most important sustainable agriculture practices? And which forms of training are adequate to theoretical or practical classes? Face-to-face, e-learning, or be-learning practices? Concerning the training needs, the results showed that marketing, community leadership, management, legislative, and expertise were considered very important expertises. Technology was, in the three countries, considered the most important, while the legislative, the less important. Still important, but in these five, the least one. The academics consider that future training requires learning of new agronomical and environmental issues. The Greek and Portuguese academics strongly agree that management and information and communication technology skills are fundamental in a near future. The COVID-19 pandemic also reinforced the importance and the quality of the ICT and technological tools as a basic need to online learning methods. When analyzing the training learning methodologies, traditional face-to-face experienced farmers as mentors and mechanisms of knowledge sharing were rated as very important. On the other hand, massive open online courses and apps for learning via smartphone were considered not very applicable forms for training in sustainable agriculture. Again, although online training methods traditionally are considered not suitable for an M.Sc program in sustainable agriculture, the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the importance provided by online education as an alternative or a complement to the traditional face-to-face learning. Therefore, academic staff, students, and agricultural extension staff could proceed and can proceed at home with their studies and teaching. Other project that I want to show you some results, it's the Agri project that was financed by EU and with the main goals of identify viable energy saving measures and long-term research and development needs to contribute to the reduction of the greenhouse emissions from European agriculture. Several agricultural activities were studied, starting with the state-of-the-art in each partner country. Energy-saving measures were identified and their impact analyzed. Today, I will show you some results for wheat and for a wheat crop and greenhouse tomato crop production. In this figure, it is shown the impact of costs on profit, on energy use and greenhouse gas emissions per ton of wheat produced using the conventional practices and three alternatives: no tillage, precision farming, applying nutrient only if it is needed, and the supplementary irrigation in springtime. It is possible to see that the three options can contribute to an increase of the resource use efficiency in different scale. Less energy is consumed, less greenhouse gas are emitted, and higher farm profit is obtained due to the reduction of the production costs or either due to the increase of the productivity as it occurs in the alternative with the supplementary irrigation. Another evaluation was done for tomato greenhouse organic production. This type of greenhouse production is not widely used. In fact, growers associate organic production with lower productivity. On the other hand, it is associated to a better quality in terms of the products, in terms of nutritional value, taste, and health. This is an opportunity for growers that have available specific markets with consumers aware of environmental issues and that are prepared to buy these products at higher prices. Greenhouse organic production needs to follow the basic principles of organic farming, which means that it should be based on methods and practices that consider globally the environment, the soil, the water, air, and biodiversity, including the limitation on the use of synthetic pesticides and fertilizers, taking advantages of on-site resources such as livestock manure, and of course, make a responsible use of energy and other resources. The figure shows the comparison of the greenhouse gas emission per each of the production factors for the organic and conventional tomato greenhouse production. The highest difference is for the fertilizers, and that was expected since organic production use organic products requiring less energy for the industrial process and with lower emissions. In fact, in most cases, local organic wastes are used. Organic production shows higher greenhouse gas emission concerning the crop protection means than the conventional system. And that can be explained by the high amount of copper and sulfur that is used as prophylactic measure. However, it is important to mention that the need for crop protection means may have a large variation depending on the crop practices and also the climate conditions. The Tesla project was also financed by EU with the main goals of improve agro-industry access to energy efficiency measures, to develop a methodology for energy management, and also to promote the agro-industry investment in energy efficiency and renewable energies. 4 agro-industry sectors were studied under the frame of this project: wineries, olive oil mills, fruits and vegetables, and animal feed factories. I will show you some of the results obtained for the olive oil sector. This figure on the left side shows the energy consumption of one real company located in Spain that implemented several energy-saving measures, such as, for example, replacing engines by other with more efficient coefficients, reduction of excess power at the startup equipments, optimizing operation of mills, thermal insulation of pipelines, and installation of photovoltaic systems. These measures represented an investment of 1 million euros and conducted to energy savings of more than 140 kilowatt hour per ton, and a reduction of almost 60 kilograms of CO2 per ton, with a payback period of 4.5 years. In case you are interested of these results, they are available in this website and also in some publications, scientific publications that you can find easily. Another project, this one called CARDS, Canopy Adjust Real-Time Spraying, has the goal to build an intelligent variable rate vineyard sprayer capable of adjusting in real time the volume of pesticide to be applied according to the target geometry of the plant. This project applies precision agriculture or smart farming tools that, by applying resources only when and where needed, can contribute to reduce unnecessary resource use and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. Finally, M.Agr is a running project just started last year that aims to provide innovative training on smart greenhouse technologies based on matchings of technologies, available technologies, and crops for specific regions. To finalize, I would like to state that, in my opinion, we should not analyze agriculture sustainability as a simple issue with solutions like those yes or no, everything or nothing. I do believe we all have a role to achieve a more sustainable production. For that, it will be necessary to take advantages of the available scientific knowledge as also the best available practices and technologies. This should and needs to be summative to achieve the best results as possible. In the last years, improvements have already been achieved and enhanced by stronger collaboration between researchers, companies, and farmers. And it is mandatory this to continue and become even stronger. Finally, as a scientist, my suggestion is adapt, not adopt. Some very good solutions are not totally adequate for different social, climate, and economic contexts. Thank you for your attention. It will be a pleasure to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your great presentation, Professor Fatima Baptista. And before we enter our question and answer session, I probably put in some brief sentence sustainable agriculture is complex issues that we need to work together. It is mandatory to have strong collaboration between researchers, companies, and farmers. So this is probably some of the conclusion that we can take. Of course, the complete conclusion that all audience already hear directly from Dr. Fatima Baptista in her presentation. Okay, now we will start our question and answer session. Please make your question brief and mention to whom you address it. Due to time constraint, we apologize that probably we only can take 2 direct questions from audience. If you have question, please type your question in chat windows in our Zoom. Okay, now we'll take 2 questions from audience. Audience or participant who has a question, please raise your hand. I will take 1 or 2 from the audience directly. Okay, any question for our speakers? Okay, it seems probably it's more convenient if we have question from the chat room. Okay, I will here is already have some question from participants. The first one is from Ibu Rina Sriwati. The question is for Professor Baptista. How to manage the strategy or simple methods in training to transfer technology of sustainable agriculture to farmers in developing countries such as Indonesia. Okay, probably you can respond to the question, Professor Baptista. Can you hear the question well?
Yes, I think so.
Yes,
you.
please.
Thank you, Professor Rina, for your question. I do not know exactly the reality of Indonesia. What I can say more related with European reality. And as we all know, to transfer the technology to farmers, it's not very easy. For example, most of the farmers, they have small farms, so they work in their farms and they do not have a lot of time free. So to transfer the technology, it's one of the problems that we face because we develop the technology and we do research, we have good results, we have good tools, and then it's not easy to transfer it to be used by the farmers. This is one of the things that in the last years we were trying to minimize. And for that, for example, in Europe, most of the projects nowadays, they involve the farmers since the beginning, involve the farmers associations, bring the farmers to work in the research projects also since the beginning, so they can help us to identify the problems, so we can go and study already problems that are real problems, and also they help to find the good solutions also. So it's a collaborative work, and at the same time, the researchers, the professors, they can show how it works, and we need to show how it works, and if the results are good or not. And we must not be naive, because the farmers, they want to have profit. It's important. And in fact, it's one of the pillars of the sustainability. If the agriculture is not economically sustainable, most of the farmers, they don't work in the companies. So it's one of the issues that needs to be considered, besides, of course, the environmental, the social issues. So maybe one of the ways is to bring the farmers working together with us when we are working in the research, when we are developing the new practices, or the adequation of some practice or the technology. This might help. I don't know if I answered your question.
Okay, thank you, Professor Baptista, for your explanation. And now we move on to our next question. There's two questions. I will read them, both of them. The second question is related to Professor Dedi Nursyamsi. It is from Ibu Elvira Iskandar. How to empower millennial farmers both in upstream and downstream. Okay. And then the second question, the third question, is from Bapak Haikal Prayudi. The question is also for Professor Nursyamsi. How Ministry of Agriculture convenes a community about issues in food estate program in Kalimantan and Papua, such as in peatland and customary forest issues. This, I think, is related to plan to develop food estates. And these two questions, please, Professor Nursyamsi, probably you can respond to these two questions. This time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Samadi. And also thanks a lot for the very interesting. This question is from Elvira about millennial farmers in our. So firstly, we have to consider that agriculture is not only in upstream, but also we have manage agriculture from upstream to downstream. So that is why we are looking for millennial farmers. Of course, we
Prof. Nursyamsi, your voice is kind of low. Could you raise your voice a little bit?
To manage upstream side, only in farming, such as in wheat or in farming, but also we have to manage after harvest. It is processing. For example, in rice, farmers not sell the rice, but typically in English, farmers no sell gabah, but farmers have to sell beras. In English, it seems right. It means that the process is very, very important also to need agriculture, because with the processing or produce of beras, we can help evaluating a lot of evaluating that spill over the rice, also in egg, and also in soybean and seasoned rice. So now we ask millennial farmers, not only means in township, in budidaya, but also it in olahan, in processing, because the processing of course produce value added. It is very important, value added. Okay, the second question is from Haikal. Please, I would like to inform all of you that the Ministry of Agriculture is not using peatland and forest, particularly in Central Kalimantan. So please ask other ministry about peatland using more forest. Okay. Again, I would like to explain that Ministry of Agriculture is not using peatland and forest in food estate program. We are using alluvial soil in Central Kalimantan, hort in Kapuas, and in satu lagi kabupaten apa? Food estate itu Kapuas and Pulang Pisau district. No peatland there. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nursyamsi, for your response. So, Professor Nursyamsi ensure that the food district development in Kalimantan is using the regular land, like alluvial land. Okay. Now, we have one question from Professor Sabam Malau, who already raised his hand, and probably will take this direct question from Professor Sabam Malau. Professor Malau, can you hear me? Yes, please, Prof. Malau. We cannot hear your voice yet, probably you're still mute.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for this. Yeah, for this. Thank you very much that you allow me to ask directly. I will ask to Minister of Agriculture, Professor Dedi. The terminology of millennial farmers, I don't think it is quite good, because only small numbers of millennial generation dealing with agriculture. Millennial is the terminology referring to age. Please give me information, because 1 month ago in our faculty discussed about new curriculum. So one of my friends said, millennial entrepreneurship, most of us refuse this terminology because this is referring to age. The second is to Professor Fatima. You said that sustainable agriculture is complex. No yes or no. But we as lecturer has to give students the definition of sustainable agriculture, even though this is complex. Would you like, please, to say a clear definition? What is sustainable agriculture? For simplicity, many people say that sustainable agriculture is if the agriculture can feed the world, provide rice, etc., what to be eaten by the people. It is very rare that people think about the income of the farmers. Would you like, please, Prof. Fatima? I believe that you can mention the clear definition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Sabang Malau. And first, probably, we would like to ask a response from Professor Nursyamsi, and then from Professor Baptista. Please, Prof. Nursyamsi.
Thank you very much, Prof. About terminology of millennial farmers. So, firstly, of course, we have to see about our target. So our target is farmers which have age about less than 40 years old. Less than 40 years. Yeah, of course, we have a lot of programs for millennial farmers in relating to millennial farmers. For example, vocational education. So vocational education is not delivered to colonial farmers atau old farmers. Vocational education, also vocational training is only for millennial farmers. So of course, about curriculum also, we direct to modern agriculture. Modern agriculture is only for millennial farmers. Because in modern agriculture, we are using Internet of Things, information technology. For example, Internet of Things like such as smart greenhouse, smart irrigation, smart application, everything smart agriculture, like this. But of course, the percentage of millennial farmers is only 30%, less than 30% of all our farmers. But the effects of the millennial farmers is very significant in developing our agricultural program. Saya kira begitu, Prof. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Prof. Nursyamsi. And now we please, Professor Baptista, if you can give more elaboration on the question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Professor Sabah, for your question. What I want to say when I say the answer is not yes or no, for me at least. What is in my mind is that in fact the sustainable agriculture is complex, as we already talked about it, and a simple definition for me that I can tell to the students, it's for sure that agriculture to feed the world through the population and producing without damage and with preserving the natural resources. However, I think there is not only one solution. I think it's summative. I think we it's not just do this or not do this, because between in the middle of as sometimes we say, it's not everything is black or white. In the middle there are some grays and different tones of the gray. So it's not to say do this or just don't do at all. Sometimes it's a question of the adequate the practices, to include some new technologies, to change some behaviors. Sometimes it's so simple things that we can do that can change a lot, but it is summative. It's not only one, and this is what I want to say with the yes or no. And it's as you said, we as lecturers, we need the students sometimes wants precise things. But I have to confess you that I'm getting more and more older, and even more I have some doubts. So I have a lot of difficulties to say this is just this, and it's something that we it's a balance that we have to deal with the students, because otherwise we will make a big confusion for them, and we need to avoid that, of course. But yes, it's we can say as a simple definition the one that I mentioned, producing feed to feed the population, preserving the natural resources, and then trying to explain that it is there are a lot of solutions, and we need to use every solution that we that are available for us. Good practices, technology, change of behaviors, everything. I hope I can answer your question, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Prof. Sabam. And due to time constraint, probably I'll take one last question briefly. And for Professor Nursyamsi, this is from Ibu Cut Erika from Syiah College University. The use of inorganic fertilizer is increasingly used in intensive farming in Indonesia. This, of course, impacts the environment. The question is how the government interfere these critical issues for sustainable farming. Probably please, Prof. Nursyamsi, and we can answer briefly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Very nice question. So about the fertilizer. So in relation to using of unorganic fertilizer in our country, in Indonesia particularly, so Ministry of Agriculture now is introducing balanced organic fertilizer approach. So balanced fertilizer is using unorganic fertilizer, organic fertilizer, and hayati fertilizer, microorganism fertilizer. So I think all of fertilizer kind is very, very important for increasing soil fertility. And the second one, we have also to introduce about the dose of unorganic fertilizer. So now we call it fertilizer recommendation, particularly for N, phosphorus and kalium and potassium fertilizer dose for every commodities, particularly for rice, for maize, and also for soybean. Ministry of Agriculture has published about the fertilizer recommendation about based on soil testing. We call it based on soil testing, particularly in using dose of urea, dose of SP36,
and also KCL fertilization. Besides, we recommend that unorganic fertilizer, of course, yeah. We recommend also organic fertilizer, such as compost, such as plant residue, and etc. Yeah, and also we recommend using of microorganism local. We call it MOL. Yeah, MOL fertilizer also is very important. So in relation to unorganic fertilizer issue, Ministry of Agriculture now is introducing balanced fertilizer approach. Thank you very much.
Response. And by this, we apologize that we cannot take more questions, and we pass it on to our speakers and to have respond in written. By this, I'm not concluding anymore because we are here, and I will close this session. And thank you very much for our distinguished speakers and audience and discussion. I'm closing the session, and I'm returning to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much, and God bless all of us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now witnessing the symbolic delivery of certificates by the Rector of Universitas Syiah to our keynote speakers.
The first symbolic certificate will be delivered to Professor Dr. Dedi Nursyamsi, the Director of General Agency for Agriculture, Extensions, and Human Resources Development, and afterwards, the second symbolic certificate will be delivered to Professor Fatima Baptista from Agriculture Engineering University of Évora and Med, Portugal. To Professor Samsul Rizal, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Insinyur Dedi Nursyamsi, Master Agronomy, for your time and inspiring speech. Please accept this certificate of appreciation for your valuable contribution in our conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Committee of ICAGRI 2021 has provided door prizes for lucky participants.
Oops, Arrow, but before that, we would like to deliver the second symbolic certificate for Professor Fatima Baptista from Agriculture Engineering University of Évora and Med. To the operator, please, the screen is to Professor Samsul Rizal.
Professor Dr. Fatima Baptista, our deepest thanks for your insightful presentation today. Please receive this certificate as our appreciation for your sharing your time and experiences in this event. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
All right, now it's time to give all the prize for this moment.
Yeah, right. So Arul, apparently we will select 7 lucky participants that will receive 2 hand sanitizer from ARC, at City Research Centers, and 5 bundles of t-shirts and hats from BKKBN and Disbudpar.
Alright, I'm so curious who will get our the prize for this moment.
Yes.
So the operator, please round the wheel.
Yeah, because we cannot wait to see the winner for our lucky participants.
Wow, that's a lot of
currently we
our
have
participants.
Yeah, more than 100 participants has participated in ICAGRI 2021.
Okay.
So we already got the first winner to receive the hand sanitizers.
Sorry. Okay, and we move on to the second ones. Our participants.
The second participants that will get the lucky draw is congratulations to Iza Hananing Tias to get 1 hand sanitizer from ARC.
Alright, now move on to 5 bundles of t-shirt and hats from BKKBN and Disbudpar.
Yep, we will select 5
Yes.
participants.
And for the first one is
Congratulations
Riva.
to Miss Riva. You get 1 bundles of t-shirts and hats from BKKBN and Disbudpar. Now we will select 4 more participants to get the bundles of t-shirts and hats.
Now it's turn for
and Disbudpar. Okay, we already got the winner.
Muhammad Fahira. Fatur.
Muhammad Fatur.
Congratulations to Mr. Muhammad Fatur. And the next one is ta-da-da-da.
Who will be the winner?
Oh.
Okay, 3 more participants. 3 more participants. Congratulations to Adwa Mutia. You get 1 bundles of t-shirts and hats from BKKBN and Disbudpar. And now we will select 2 more participants.
Okay.
2 more lucky participants
Let's
to go.
turn on to ta-da-da-da. Unzir Zirahman.
Congratulations to Unzir.
And the last but not least is
last but not least. Ooh. I'm so curious.
Of course.
It might be you.
Yes, of course. Now,
wow! Congratulations to Professor Dr. Singer Supardi M.Sc. Wow!
Congratulations to all our participants who will get the prize for this moment. 2 hand sanitizer from IRC and 5 bundles of t-shirt and hats from BKKBN and Disbudpar.
Yeah, I'm actually quite envious with the 7 lucky participants because I heard that the hand sanitizer from ARC is quite luxurious. And I heard also that the bundles of t-shirts and hats from BKKBN and Disbudpar is also really beautiful.
Wow, it's gonna be cool for us, and this is the part that I like, of course.
Yeah. Okay, so we have concluded all of the names for the lucky participants. Yeah, so we have 7 lucky participants.
Congratulations once again to all our participants.
Yep. So the committee of ICAGRI will contact you personally about the detail of the Doorprize that you get. And also, don't forget, we still have 2 more sessions, Doorprize sessions, in the afternoon and the evening.
So make sure you not go anywhere because we will give it back to you until the end of ICAGRI 2021.
So please, everyone, stay tuned on ICAGRI 2021.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the first parallel session. For this session, the operator has provided a link that can be accessed into 8 breakout rooms for different speakers and moderators. Therefore, please follow the given instruction.
About the beautiful land above the cloud. The beautiful place known as the land with 1,000 hills. This is the wonderful paradise with a great experience. The melody, the diversity created one of the unforgettable stories. Can you imagine? They serve you a grand hell persists in front of your eyes. This place also has the special part of the history of Indonesia. Knit perfectly the relation between coffee and woman. The sensitivity of choosing a good pen. They are the creator of that perfect taste. Enjoy your time with one of the big mammals. Getting closer with endemic elephant in Sumatra. And take some coffee with them. Do you still doubt about this land? Take your time and feel this. and also enjoy the treasure of this land. Horse racing, one of the most famous traditional attraction you can enjoy. Other than that, you can explore the river by rafting. This is the perfect gallery, which is contained by the great taste of coffee, the beautiful nature, and human being. Created a diversity called Benar Meriah Harmony.
Tulung perang musuh nanggro bukan le sayang alun dalam pade tiput angin ler bama timpa bukan le sayang jut bang bohade udep ngan mate getanyo dua bukan le sayang jut bang bohade udep ngan mate getanyo dua.
study found that rice farmer in Aceh province had an average CRS technical efficiency of 0.088% or 8.8%, and PRS technical efficiency, the average is 15.2% in the range of 0 to 1. As illustrated in the table, the technical efficiency of rice farming recorded the low average value of technical efficiency. The average value of the input of number of working day, total use of urea fertilizer, and the number of seeds were 3.70, 6.30, and 0 respectively. It shows that only the use of seed has been optimal, while the number of working days and amount of use of urea fertilizer could be further reduced by 3 units and 6.30 units.
However, biological control is more preferable. Endophytic fungi have been known as one of biological control agents. Endophytic fungi are fungi that live inside the plant tissue, such as flowers, leaves, twigs, and roots. And the existence of this fungi inside the plants do not cause any apparent disease symptom. That's why researchers use this type of fungi to control plant pathogens and also some pests. They have been shown to have a variety of beneficial effect on plants, including increase the growth of the plant and increase the resistance to the plant pathogen. Previous studies show various endophytic fungi species have been isolated from citrus plants. For example, Bivuria bassiana and Pestalotiopsis mangifera is already isolated from citrus limon in China and Cambodia, and also Penicillium citrinum from Citrus reticulata. In Indonesia, the effort to isolate endophytic fungi from citrus plant has been also conducted by researchers. In 2017, we can see here several species of endophytic fungi were isolated from Citrus nobilis. Therefore,
one more, thanks to our invited speaker, and hopefully
Thank
the
you very
presentation
much.
will be beneficial for everybody. Now, let's move to the next agenda. That's parallel session for presenter. Before, I need to inform that every presenter has 10 minutes for presentation and 3 or 4 minutes for discussion. The first paper goes to ID 44 and 12. And title is Production of Poultry Feeder Hydrolysis using HCl and NaOH as a growth medium substrate for indigenous strains. The authors are Fitrianto, Ramadianti, Rismiati, Rusyadi, Pertiliningrum, Prasetyo, and Erwanto. Please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to confirm that all of you can hear my sound clearly at your place. Well, first of all, I would like to express my grateful thanks to Dr. Zikri Maulina for the opportunity to share what we've done at the laboratory, especially in the Faculty of Animal Science, Universitas Gadjah Mada. We conducted this research entitled Production of Poultry Feeder Hydrolytes using HCl and also NaOH as a growth medium substrate for indigenous strains. Allow me to explain a little bit about the introduction of this research, as we know that it's still concerned with what Dr. Aman Yarman just explained about the the poultry. But from my side, I'm a little bit want to talk about how we can use the poultry feeders as something which is useful for our life, because this is a
with the addition of carrageenan decrease, and using dragon fruit pills make who has pectin can bind water. So the free water is reduced. And next to the S content, the dragon fruit pills and beet did not produce different S content differences in the analog rice produced. It's because S content in beets and dragon fruit pills is not much different, namely 1.4% and 1.9%. The addition of CMC hydrocolloid also did not affect the S content of the analog rice produced. CMC was inert and made from cellulose that did not contain mineral, while carrageenan was made from seaweed, but the concentration of carrageenan that used is not too high. Let's now move on to the another part of proximal analysis. The addition of dyes and binders in analog rice showed that the fat content was not much different. The dye used contained a low fat content of 0.3% in beet and 0.6% in dragon fruit pills. The fat content in analog rice can be influenced by the raw material, namely taro flour, who has fat content of 1.2%. In line with Srihari research, analog rice made from 55 taro flour yields 1.0% fat content. And next to the protein content, the protein content of analog rice in this study can be influenced by the raw materials and dyes. Taro has a protein content of 6.8%. According to Srihari, analog rice produce a protein content of 1.7%. The protein content of analog rice in this study was much higher because the proportion of taro flour used was higher at 70%. Analog rice with beet has a higher protein content than analog rice with dragon fruit pills. The beet has the higher protein content of 1.3%, then dragon fruit pills, which is 0.4% protein content. And next to the carbohydrate content, the most significant carbohydrate contributor to analog rice is starch as a raw material. So the carbohydrate content produced depends on the starch source raw material used. In this study, taro is the raw material for starch source used, and taro contains a carbohydrate content of 80%. Analog rice with the addition of dragon fruit pills contain higher carbohydrate than analog rice with beets. The dragon fruit pills contain a higher carbohydrate content of 80.1% than of 8.1% than beet of 7.5%. Move on to the other result. I will explain about the result of hedonic test of analog rice. First, color of analog rice. Beet has high anthocyanin and beta-cyanin pigment than dragon fruit pills, and using carrageenan will decrease the color intensity. So, analog rice A has the highest value of 4 or good because using beet and CMC. And then the taste of analog rice, based on the table, analog rice A, B, and C have the same preference value of the panelists, namely neutral, while analog rice D produce a not good result. It's because of using carrageenan who has higher viscosity, which reduces the taste of the product. Besides that, the use of dragon fruit pills, which has an unpleasant taste, also affect the preference of the panelists to not good the analog rice D formulation. And next, the aroma of analog rice A has the highest preference value, different from analog rice B, C, and D with natural values. The combination of CMC and beet has a lower viscosity than carrageenan, so the aroma can be detected well in the panelist sense of smell. And then next to the texture of analog rice, based on the table, the texture of analog rice A, B, and C was favored by the panelists with a natural value. Still, the panelists did not like the analog rice D.
The application of herbicides with lower doses is better and recommendable. Thank you, and thank you, Bu Dr. Eli.
Thank you very much for Mr. Hasanuddin to be oral presenter for today. You just use 6 minutes, not yet 7 minutes. Just in the short time, you has done your presentation. But now we will open the question. Please, in this section, we will take the question. Please turn on your microphone introduce yourself and explain the question to be directly to the speaker. Please want to give Mr. Hasanuddin the question. There is no one. Okay, Mr. Hasanuddin, as moderator, I must ask you one question. The question is, there is a different, the wheat who grow in pendimethalin and sulfentrazone. There is a different type of wheat who how to say it? Who grow in the soybean with pendimethalin or sulfentrazone. There is a difference.
Okay, I answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, different yield of wheats. So the pendimethalin and sulfentrazone, the different of active ingredients. So the different active ingredients, it's indicated different of with control percentage or with species or different with population, and then the last different to with dry weights.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hasanuddin. Okay, we will close. If there is no question again, we will close this section. Thank you very much to Mr. Hasanuddin. We will close this and we will continue to the other presenter.
And then pay total. The total pay content range from 159.4 to 1,246.2 milligrams per kilograms. There are low to very high category with 73.33% of observation point in moderate, high, and very high category. While
your time the 3 minute book.
What?
Can you speed up because this time is nearly finished.
Okay. We continue to conclusion. Undissolved benar mineral has C organic content ranging from 0.39 to 4.38%. It's very low to hex, with 60% of the observation point is high category. And total range from 0.09 to 0.51%, with very low to high category, with 70% of the observation point in the moderate category. P available range from 0 to 3 to 12,081 milligram per kilograms. P total range from 159 to 1,246 milligram per kilogram. There are low to very high category. K actionable range from 0 to 17 to 0.52 simol per kilogram. There are low to high category. Arabica coffee leaves contain and nutrients ranging from
Hello? No sound?
Maybe the connection is not stable.
0.85%. Penetrant range from 0.1 to 0.2, with 70x of the upstream coffee leaves consisting of penetrant content at minimum condition, and K-nutrient range from 1 to 2, with 86 of the upstream coffee leaves in the K-nutrient at optimum condition. There is a close relationship between N total soil and the nutrient content of Arabica coffee leaves, with an R value of 0.70x. The soil of P available and P nutrient content of Arabica coffee leaves have an R value of 0.
a feature of alternative location based on raw material availability. Pegasing Subdistrict is a regional location that has the highest weight in the term of raw material availability, with the weight is 0.467. Pegasing Subdistrict has the largest coffee plantation in comparison to other subdistrict in this research because has a plantation size of 4,346 hectares and produce 301,028 ton coffee. Next is the feature of the alternative location based on human research. According to the expert, there is some subdistrict in an alternative location based on human research with the weight 0.415 because this area has the largest comparison to other alternative location in this research. And Babasan Subdistrict, the population in Babasan Subdistrict is about 41,000 people, and 199 people work in the coffee industry. Next is a feature of alternative location based on transportation access. Transportation access criteria in the Kebayakan subdistrict with the weight 0.527 become an alternative location for this criteria because the most coffee plantation in the area has easily accessible and the plantation are located on the edge of the highway. And next is a feature of alternative location based on availability. The infrastructure availability in the Pegasing subdistrict be the best alternative location with the weight 0.470. This is supported by 20 coffee sector industries in Pegasing subdistrict. So the result from this research, Pegasing subdistrict become the best location for the Kaskara industry establishments. The conclusion, according to the result of the weighting of the alternative location against all of the criteria, the alternative location with the highest weight for the establishment of the Kaskara industry is Pegasing subdistrict with the weight of 0.4. So for the opportunity. I would like to return to moderator.
Thank you, Zuhra. Thank you, Zuhra, for your great presentation. So we will allow a question from the participant. Penny, you can ask Zuhra now directly.
Dr. Saril, I would like to ask.
Okay, yeah, Dr. Agus, please.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jura, I would like to ask regarding with the government involvement with the Kaskara industry in those subjected locations. Is there any involvement of the government in charge related to the Kaskara development in those several districts?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, it is related with the government involvement in the Kaskara development in those subjected locations that you are already performed. Is there any involvement, exact involvement of the government in charge related to the Kaskara development? Our funding or research development or other supporting aid?
image interpretation of each land cover class. This study was conducted based on existing land cover by classifying the land cover of West Langsa into 6 land cover class. Is 6 land cover classes: mangrove forest, settlements, rice field, shrubs, ponds, and water bodies. We can see here the example of the appearance of land cover class on Landsat 8 image in West Langsa subdistrict with natural color or true color composite bands. This is the results of land cover classification in West Langsa subdistrict using maximum likelihood classification, and it's shown here in the table, and in the left that is the map of the land cover classification. We can see here ponds is dominating the land cover of West Langsa subdistrict with the area of 1981.54 hectares. Followed by mangrove forest with 18.64 hectares and settlements with 633.62 hectares. Okay, here is the results from the accuracy assessment. From this table, you can see the user accuracy and the producer accuracy from each class of the land cover. User accuracy refers how actually classified land cover is real on the ground check, and the producer accuracy is based on the classification point of view. In this result is MLC, maximum likelihood classification. This overall accuracy obtained is 91.15% and meet the requirements set by the USGS. If the overall accuracy is more than 85%, which is USGS standard limit, the land cover is acceptable. And the kappa accuracy obtained is 82.75%. Finally, the conclusion is Landsat 8 OL image classification in West Langsa subdistrict results in 6 land cover classes. The land cover classes are mangrove, forest, settlements, rice fields, shrub, ponds, and water bodies.
Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home, that makes you curious for more adventure. To start your journey, travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh, wonderful Indonesia.
Universitas Syiah Kuala is a public university located in Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh Province. Located at the westernmost point of Sumatra Island, the province is rich with traditions, cultures, languages, and natural resources. The university is also known as the heart of the Acehnese, Jantong Hati Rakyat Aceh. It is the oldest university in Aceh, officially established on September 2nd, 1961. Universitas Syiah Kuala was named after an Islamic scholar of Aceh, Abdurrauf bin Ali Al-Jawi Asingkali, who is also known as Tunku Syiah Kuala. He established an Islamic education center at a river mouth in Banda Aceh, which later became an official higher education institution. During this time, he gave great contribution to the education values and Islamic laws and regulations in Aceh. In addition to the main campus in Darussalam, Banda Aceh City, Universitas Syiah Kuala has also established a second campus in the district of Gaya Luiz. The campus is called Program Studi di Luar Kampus Utama, the study program outside the main campus, which was officially opened on September 2nd, 2014. Universitas Syiah Kuala has 12 faculties and a postgraduate school. The Faculty of Economics and Business, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, the Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Engineering, the Faculty of Agriculture, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, the Faculty of Social and Political Science, the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, the Faculty of Nursing, and the Faculty of Dentistry. All these 12 faculties together offer 135 study programs of different levels: diploma programs, undergraduate programs, professional programs, specialist programs, master's programs, and doctoral programs. With various faculties and programs being offered, Universitas Syiah Kuala now hosts more than 32,000 students from various regions in Indonesia and overseas. The university has received numerous awards for its achievements at both the national and the international levels. For example, with Malam Diwa Electric Car, Universitas Syiah Kuala recently won as the second fastest team to compete technical inspection in the electric class at a prestigious competition in Asia, the Shell Eco Marathon Asia competition. In the research area, the university has also developed a good reputation at the national and international levels through its excellent research and research centers, such as the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center and the Atsiri Research Center. Universitas Syiah Kuala also publishes numerous scientific journals. Some of them have been indexed by CINTA, the Indonesian Citation Index, as Quartile 1 and 2 journals. One of the university's journals, Studies in English Language and Education Journal, has recently been indexed by Scopus, one of the most reputable journal indexing and citation databases in the scientific world. Universitas Syiah Kuala has actively participated in several collaborative programs with several countries in Asia and Europe. These include Erasmus Mobility and Capacity Building Program, IMT-GT University Network Program, and the Erasmus Plus Program. Universitas Syiah Kuala has numerous national and international collaborations with universities and companies across the globe. Through this collaboration, the university has successfully organized various academic and non-academic events which have improved the university's national and international reputations. The Joint Research and Publication Program, the Exchange Program, the Internship Program, the Disaster and Cultural Summer Camp, and the humanitarian program are among many others. Universitas Syiah Kuala does not only focus on improving the quality of academic activities within the campus, but also proudly offers services to the communities. These tasks are assigned to 3 units at the university: the Office of International Affairs, Career Development Center, and Entrepreneurship Center. These units help students, staff, and alumni expand their experiences in academics, business, and beyond. Therefore, Universitas Syiah Kuala has always appreciated and placed at top priorities all partnerships and collaborations, and has managed to make the university what it is today, the heart of the Acehnese, Jantong Hati Rakyat Aceh. The university continuously strives to improve the quality of its academic activities, research development, humanitarian works, and the quality and quantity of scientific publications to achieve its vision to become the leading university in Asia and to become the world-class institution.
Universitas Syiah Kuala, universitas yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka, menuju Innovation Socio-Technopreneur University.
Provinsi paling barat Indonesia yang bernama Aceh menyimpan catatan sejarah yang panjang dan melegenda. Wilayah yang pada masanya dulu pernah menjadi kesultanan besar yang disegani dunia ini, juga tanah yang dikenal dengan kekayaan alamnya. Selain keindahan pesona wisata yang memukau, Aceh juga dikenal sebagai wilayah pertanian dengan hasil yang melimpah ruah. Sejarah mencatat jauh di masa lalu, wilayah ini sudah menjalin kerjasama perdagangan lada dengan dunia internasional. Semangat kejayaan pertanian itu pula yang menjadikan kota Banda Aceh sebagai lokasi berdirinya Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala. Tempat ini menjadi saksi dari dedikasi, impian, dan kerja keras yang membingkai harapan untuk mengembangkan dunia keilmuan pertanian di Aceh dan Indonesia. Fakultas Pertanian merupakan fakultas ke-6 di Universitas Syiah Kuala yang lahir pada tanggal 18 Agustus 1964. Dan saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian telah berkembang demikian jauh sehingga telah memiliki 8 program studi sarjana, yaitu agroteknologi, agribisnis, peternakan, teknik pertanian, teknologi hasil pertanian, dan program studi ilmu tanah, termasuk 2 program studi teranyar, yaitu proteksi tanaman serta kehutanan. Selain itu terdapat juga 2 program diploma, yaitu program D3 Manajemen Agribisnis dan program D3 Budidaya Peternakan, serta 4 program pasca sarjana, yaitu konservasi sumber daya lahan, agroteknologi, agribisnis, dan teknologi industri pertanian yang semuanya pengelolaan dilakukan oleh program pasca sarjana Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Visi Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala menjadi pusat pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang unggul dan terkemuka dalam bidang pertanian berbasis sumber daya dan kearifan lokal di Indonesia pada tahun 2020.
Untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala mengembangkan sistem perkuliahan yang berbasis pada kompetensi pertanian secara terpadu yang relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia dan global. Pengembangan ini didukung sepenuhnya oleh seluruh sivitas akademika fakultas ini. Salah satu dukungan tersebut tercermin dari aktifnya para dosen dan mahasiswa dalam mengembangkan riset-riset unggulan pertanian yang berpola keilmuan dan teknologi, berorientasi produk, dan berbasis pengabdian dengan tetap berupaya untuk mengembangkan potensi lokal. Sebagai hasil dari sistem tersebut, beberapa inovasi dan produk dengan pencapaian istimewa bahkan telah berhasil diwujudkan oleh para mahasiswa jauh sebelum mereka menamatkan jenjang pendidikan sarjana mereka.
Pada saat ini kami telah mengembangkan suatu produk primadona bumbu masakan khas Aceh yang dapat memberikan rasa kesegaran, rasa asam segar pada masakan, dan juga dapat menghilangkan bau amis pada masakan ikan. Pada saat ini, produk ini telah kami pastakan sehingga penggunaannya praktis bagi ibu-ibu rumah tangga yang memiliki nilai kesibukan dalam kehidupan sehari-harinya. Produk ini juga memiliki nilai kehigienisan sehingga dapat disimpan dalam jangka waktu yang lama.
Untuk mendukung sistem perkuliahan yang aktif dan berbasis teknologi, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala juga menyediakan berbagai fasilitas seperti laboratorium, bengkel teknik, kebun percobaan, serta berbagai sarana lainnya.
Untuk mendukung menjadi pusat penelitian yang terkemuka juga, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian telah mengembangkan beberapa sarana dan prasarana yang memang secara fundamental sangat diperlukan. Saat ini kita telah mengembangkan 1 rumah kaca, 1 rumah kasa, dan kebun-kebun percobaan. Kemudian didukung juga oleh laboratorium dan tenaga laboran yang tentunya memiliki kualifikasi yang bisa kita andalkan.
Tidak hanya berhenti sampai di situ, Fakultas Pertanian juga mengadakan case study dan study project dengan pendekatan multidisiplin, serta mengembangkan fokus research area untuk memberikan sudut pandang dan pengembangan wawasan sesuai dengan perkembangan dunia.
Berkonsentrasi di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat untuk mengeksplorasi agen-agen pengendalian hayati yang dapat digunakan untuk menjawab permasalahan-permasalahan tersebut. Salah satu produk yang kami hasilkan adalah pelet yang berbahan aktif trichoderma yang dapat digunakan untuk menggantikan penggunaan pestisida kimia, di mana kita ketahui pestisida kimia saat ini dapat mengganggu atau merusak kelestarian lingkungan.
Keinginan untuk berkontribusi serta meningkatkan kualitas pertanian dalam kehidupan masyarakat terus berkembang dan terus menghasilkan berbagai terobosan. Berbagai program kerjasama penelitian dan pengabdian tetap menjadi fokus utama untuk memberikan peningkatan kualitas kehidupan pertanian masyarakat.
pada dasarnya seperti kita ketahui ketersediaan pupuk buatan itu sangat sulit dan mahal sekarang kondisinya. Kemudian dengan adanya pupuk hayati ramah lingkungan mikoriza ini berarti memberikan solusi kepada petani kita untuk menggunakan pupuk hayati yang ramah lingkungan, dan ini terus terang juga akan memberikan dukungan kepada masyarakat tani, khususnya petani, agar berbudidaya secara organik. Nah, salah satunya itu dengan penggunaan pupuk hayati mikoriza.
Dalam penyelenggaraan proses akademik, sejak tahun 2016, Fakultas Pertanian sudah mulai mengimplementasikan kurikulum berbasis kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia yang diharapkan mampu mendukung pencapaian visi dan misi Fakultas Pertanian, terutama dalam hal memaknai kearifan lokal, yaitu dengan mewajibkan mahasiswa mengambil mata kuliah sumber daya pertanian lokal dan mata kuliah agro-technopreneurship yang lebih menekankan untuk mempelajari dan mengeksplor komoditi-komoditi lokal seperti kopi gayo, minyak nilam, padi lokal Aceh, kemudian kerbau gayo, sapi Aceh, dan komoditi lainnya. Sehingga diharapkan pada saat mahasiswa lulus, mereka menjadi lebih mandiri dan mampu mengembangkan komoditi-komoditi lokal Aceh sebagai sebuah usaha.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala sejak tahun 2005 telah berhasil mengoleksi lebih dari 200 jenis aksesi plasma nutfah padi lokal, termasuk 50 jenis padi beras merah yang merupakan kekayaan sumber daya genetik lokal yang sangat bermanfaat untuk masa depan. Pemberdayaan dan penelitian varietas lokal juga memberikan hasil yang memuaskan. Salah satunya adalah padi Unsyah 1 Sambarasi, diciptakan dari varietas lokal Sambai dari Pulau Simelu dengan sentuhan teknologi mutakhir.
Padi itu kita tanam, kemudian kita hentikan penyiramannya, kita hentikan pengairannya. Itu lebih dari 1 bulan, bahkan sampai 39 hari, itu tanahnya sudah kering, sudah rotak, bahkan kalau kita ambil itu sudah menjadi debu. Tapi kalau kita lihat bahwa tanaman padinya itu masih bisa tumbuh dengan baik, masih hijau, dan bulir-bulirnya masih berisi, masih berproduksi tinggi. Jadi memang kita mensimulasi perubahan iklim global ke depan itu di dalam rumah kaca, supaya nanti kita bisa melepas varietas baru itu yang tahan terhadap cekaman lingkungan seperti kekeringan, suhu tinggi, serangan hama penyakit, dan sebagainya.
Berbagai pencapaian akademis dan ilmiah tidak menjauhkan mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala dari berbagai prestasi lainnya. Terbukti dikenalnya nama mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala dalam berbagai program pertukaran mahasiswa ke sejumlah negara di dunia. Salah satunya adalah negara Jepang.
Jepang memberikan kami pelajaran bagaimana mereka bangkit dari keterpurukan setelah musibah yang menimpa mereka dengan menggunakan teknologi serta melakukan inovasi dan peningkatan kualitas SDM yang terus-menerus dilakukan. Mereka dapat memajukan pertanian mereka seperti sedia kala, bahkan mereka bisa jauh lebih maju dibandingkan pertanian yang ada di negara manapun.
Dan untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Syiah Kuala bukan hanya bekerja sama dengan berbagai institusi lokal dan nasional, namun juga menjalin hubungan baik dengan berbagai lembaga internasional. Meskipun secara kasat mata, prestasi dan prestise Fakultas Pertanian sudah cukup mendunia, namun Sivitas Akademika fakultas ini masih meyakini bahwa pekerjaan masih jauh dari selesai. Oleh karena itu, seluruh energi dan sinergi yang dimiliki difokuskan oleh fakultas ini untuk mengoptimalkan segenap potensi diri demi mencapai visi dan misi.
Perguruan tinggi sebagai lokomotif pembangunan berbasis ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, inovasi, dan karakter bangsa. Dan pertanian sebagai salah satu sektor yang memegang peranan sangat penting dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi, terutama di bidang pertanian, guna menjaga ketahanan pangan. Revolusi industri 4.0 telah mengubah sistem pertanian yang efektif dan efisien berbasis smart farming seperti Internet of Things, Big Data, dengan harapan produktivitas pertanian meningkat dalam mewujudkan kedaulatan pangan. Maju pertanianku, makmur rakyatku.
I want to tell you the best journey of my life.
Now I'm in Rangit Kecil, this beautiful, amazing island. Just look around me. Amazing, beautiful. I'm so happy to come here. And beside me, I have this amazing lighthouse. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
This is the first woman I loved.
I love this place. So many palm trees.
She's the one who introduced me to this place, to let me find an answer. I think this is the time to let the adventure begin.
Hey, Dek, beruntung nggak?
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
You can come with us, tapi kamu harus lanjut lagi pakai kapal.
Can I join you?
Oke.
Okay, thank you.
I met good people along the way. Their kindness really moved me.
Bang Manap, ini ada kebetulan ini mau ke pulau. Tolong diantar lah.
Hello, hi, nice to meet you, Matt. Come on, mari. Goodbye. See you.
Along the journey, I can see why my mom was so in love with this place. My whole sense awakened by this incredible nature. And the people who are sincere can be seen and felt.
Ikan. Good.
I learned that behind every graceful movement of this dance has a special meaning. I've had the best shower of my life. Explored the most tranquil forest that make me hear my own heartbeat. Every single thing of this place make my heart tied up with love. Just like what it did to her.
What will you do when I leave?
I'm gonna miss you. This is for you. Dipakai ya, jangan hilang.
I love it. Terima kasih. She's like the sister I never had.
I understand the meaning of her words now. A journey is about connection, interaction, mutual respect. It's about each other. Not only about receiving, but also about giving. Now I need to find the connection. The woman that she always talk about.
Ini yang kamu dapat dari mana?
Oh, di sini. This one was given by my mother.
Kamu sudah tepat datang kemari. Nah, tujuan kamu ada beberapa kilo lagi dari sini. Kamu bisa jalan agak berapa kilo lagi ke pesisir. Kamu akan jumpa dengan orang yang ngasih kalung ke mama kamu.
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
Lurus, belok kanan, situlah tempatnya.
Oh, okay, thank you.
This is the journey between me and my mom. To find another home.
Selamat sore, Ibu.
Siapa itu?
Do you remember this?
Oh, iya, iya. Seren ya?
Yeah, I'm her son.
Yuk, ke rumah.
Yeah, it's been so long. I've been traveling all around you.
Under the starlight, we'll find our way, I know.
This is what Aceh has given me. A beautiful place with clear blue water and a diamond bright sands. Where kindness and comfort always here for me. A place that I call home. time in Aceh. And I know it won't be the last.
The light of Aceh, wonderful Indonesia.
about a beautiful place. A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home, that makes you curious for more adventure. To start your journey, travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh, wonderful Indonesia.
Recording stopped.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ICAGRI 2021. Now, it's the time to the second speaker sessions that will be moderated by Dr. Jauharlina.
Recording in progress.
Dr. Jauharlina is a lecturer and the head of Biological Control Laboratory, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Syiah Kuala. She was born in Banda Aceh 23 September 1963. She finished her bachelor degree at Institut Pertanian Bogor and pursued her master degree at University of Guelph, Ontario, Canada. In 2014, she received a PhD from University of Leeds. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Jauharlina.
Thank you, Diva and Arul. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to all participants in Indonesia and also from other ASEAN countries. And also I heard there is a participant from Uzbekistan. Good afternoon to you also. But I also heard there is participant from Iraq. Maybe it's still morning over there. Good morning to you. And to Dr. Natsumi Kanzaki in Japan, good afternoon, Mr. Kanzaki. How are you? It has been a while since you visited us, almost 10 years ago, I believe. And there is another keynote speaker for us today beside Dr. Kanzaki, but she's still on the way, I guess, because she's far away from Germany. But she will be joining us today. Speakers, participants, organizing committee, student, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my deep gratitude and appreciation to our keynote speaker this afternoon, Dr. Kanzaki, and also later on Professor Neugert. Our speaker today, the first one is going to be Dr. Natsumi Kanzaki. He will share his knowledge and experience on fig-associated nematodes. But before his talk, allow me to introduce him shortly to you all. Dr. Kanzaki obtained his doctoral degree in agriculture from Kyoto University in Japan in 2002. From 2005 up to present, he works at Forestry and Forest Product Research Institute in Japan as a senior researcher. His research interests particularly in the areas of taxonomy and biology of entomophilic nematodes, particularly insect sporadic nematodes. He has published more than 230 papers in reputable international journals. Based on Scopus indexation, his papers have gained almost 3,900 citations with H-index of 30. Wow. I don't want to take much of your time. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Kanzaki. Please, the venue and the time, around 30 minutes, are yours, Dr. Kanzaki. Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
It's a bit, your voice is a bit small.
Okay, just a moment.
Yeah, that's okay. Maybe you have to a bit closer to the mic.
I hope this is a little better.
Yeah, that's okay. That's better now.
Okay. All right. So how can I do this? This? Oh, yeah. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. All right. So, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting. And I'm Natsumi Kanzaki from Japan. So today, I'd like to introduce some works about fig-associated nematode, the fig and fig wasp associated nematodes. Although Lily get me the introduction, yes. I'd like to introduce myself briefly. As she introduced, I'm working for Forestry and Forest Product Research Institute, which has a headquarters office in Tsukuba near Tokyo, Japan. And I'm currently working in Kyoto, the Kansai Research Center, a branch of that institute.
I see.
And there I'm mostly working on taxonomy and natural history of entomophilic nematode. Entomophilic means insect associated, so a kind of parasite or phoretic associate of nematode of insects. So I collect the beetles, termites, bees and wasps, and some other invertebrates like millipedes. and isolate the nematode from them and culture and work on mostly morphological and phylogenetic analysis and their natural history as well. So my main research is quite basic, so not really application studies. So I try to apply my knowledge or my data or cultures to conduct some application researches. For example, development of diagnostic methodology and based on taxonomic and phylogenetic knowledge. And I developed a diagnostic kit for pion nematode in that work. And I'm mostly doing the application research, transferring my materials, my cultured materials, to molecular biologists or physiologists or pathologists for their extensive researches. For example, Seulawat species can be used as satellite models or comparative models of the model organism Seulawat elegans, or some Pristioncus species are used as a model system or phenotypic plasticity. And also some materials are used as evolutionary and ecological studies of the nematode and related organisms. And today I'm going to talk about fig and fig-associated nematodes as a model system of evolutionary biology. And here you can see a vertical section of a fig. And I don't really remember which species of fig is this, but you can see the fig tissue and fig wasps. And you can find nematode in between sepals and fig tissue, or fig wasp inside the fig wasps, and fig tissue like flowers or seed or other tissues of the plant parasite. And so far, we have confirmed that 11 species, 11 genera of nematode belong to 10 different lineages associated with fig and fig wasps. And as you already know, figs, the genus Ficus, is quite divergent plant group. And so far, 650 to 800 species of figs have been known in the world, mostly from tropical and subtropical areas. So I'm pretty sure you have many species of figs in Indonesia. And the interesting point of figs is they have highly specialized and species-specific pollination system using fig wasps. So it is one of typical cases of mutualism or mutualistic relationship. Fig and fig wasp life history is summarized in this figure. I think you already know, but the female wasp carry the pollen and go enter the new or young fig. And there, the female feed on fig tissue, lay egg, and die there. And the eggs hatch and develop into the male and female adult fig wasp. During that time, the fig fruit mature and form the seed and pollen. And the adult fig wasps have characteristic morphology. Males don't have wing, it is called a wingless male, and female has the wing. And male and female mate inside the fig, and male cut through a hole for female exit and died there, and female carry the pollen and go out from that hole and go to the next young fig. So that is the life cycle of fig and fig wasps. And the nematode are involved in this system, nicely involved in this system as a parasite and or phoretic associate. So that we consider this system is very good for ecological or evolutionary studies, and also phylogeography or morphological evolution, morphological or functional evolution. So first, we examined the literatures to see what kind of fig wasp or fig associated nematode are distributed or reported from the world. And then we ourselves, or sometimes not me and my colleagues, went to the place to collect the fig and fig wasps. And you can see these green spot, we only see the literatures, but red and blue spot, we also went there and collected the figs. And we found many different phenomenon about fig and fig nematode. But I'd like to focus on morphological convergence and divergence, and phylogeography and host specificity, which is called as co-evolution today. And yes, so during that the collection trips, we confirmed 11 genera of nematodes are associated with figs as a plant parasite, feed on fig tissue. Within these 4 genera, Phycotyrus and Anguinid genus, we haven't examined their life history in detail, and we haven't seen their transmission mode. I mean, how they use insect. So we haven't examined this. So I will not talk about this group. And some species, two genera are considered an insect parasite, and also feed on bacteria or other nematode inside the fig. So insect parasite and phoretic associates, or free living species. And some are associated with insect, the fig wasp as a phoretic associate. So only carried by the insect, but not parasitizing them. And live inside the figs, feeding on bacteria or sometimes other nematode. And when we examined their morphology, we found characteristic convergence and divergence within families. So that could be a good system to examine the morphological evolution. The first case is convergence. Here is the phylogenetic relationship within the family Apherencoididae. The Apherencoididae is derived from fungal feeding nematode, so feed on fungi. Their ancestors eat fungi, and the most species are still the fungal feeders. But in these green stars or red circles, in this family, 4 different genera are associated with fig and fig wasps. So that means the fungal feeding soil nematode or deadwood inhabiting nematode tend to be fig associated 4 times independently. So the fig can be a good place for them to move in. And their distribution is like this. We know 4 genera so far, and some are unidentified, so we don't know which genus is there. And you can see one genus, Phycophagus, is as a cosmopolitan, can be found from many different continents. But the others are mostly found during Indian Ocean region and West Pacific region. And considering this distribution pattern, we consider the Africa is the center of origin, or the origin of this figure association. And when we examine the morphological characters, that is a kind of interesting thing. And I said Apherencoideid species are mostly fungal feeders, and they spears fungal hypha by this stylet and eat the inside of the fig, inside tissue or inside liquid of the fungal hyphae. So this is called as a stylet, and fungal feeding species usually have this type of stylet. The stylet is separated into 3 sections: conus, shaft, and basal swellings. And fungal feeding species have relatively short conus and small basal swelling and narrow stylet. However, all 4 figure associate have this type of stylet, like a very long conus and thick shaft and large basal swelling. So these 4 groups or 4 lineages are independently moved in or became a plant parasite. However, their structures are quite similar to each other. So that is called as a convergent. And now we are working on their genomic analysis to clarify their convergence is genome level or just so different genes are involved in the same morphology. So this study is still ongoing. Well, that is a case of convergent morphology in fig-associated nematode. And other case, that is totally opposite case, is divergence within a family. That was occurred in the family Diplogastridae, which is derived from bacteria feeding nematodes. For example, one species have this kind of very wide mouth with 2 large teeth, and some have a narrow tube-like stoma. So this family is quite divergent, basically divergent family. And here we found 4 different lineages associated with pigs. So all soil-dwelling bacteria feeders or predators tend to be figure associate 4 times independently. And we'll introduce 2 cases, Parasito and Teratodiplogaster lineage and Pristioncus lineage today. The first one is Allodiplogaster or Parasito and Teratodiplogaster lineages. This group is quite similar genetically close to each other, derived from single lineage, and ancestor is Allodiplogaster, which has this type of mouth. This is a lateral view of their mouth, and interestingly, this group have dimorphism. When the environmental condition is good, they become bacteria feeding narrow mouth form, and under bad condition, they tend to be the predatory, the wide mouth form. But still, both have a barrel-like or tube-like stoma and short tube-like stoma. And however, their closely related figure associates are quite divergent, like this. And the first one, Teratodiprogaster have very long and narrow tube-like stoma with very well developed lip. And next one, Australis group of Parasitodiprogaster have squared appendage sticking out from the mouth and having the funnel-like or short tube-like stoma. And the other three groups, Citronema, Labigate, and Sycophyllum group have two claw-like teeth, and within them, Citronema group has wide and short tube-like mouth, and the last one, Maxinema group, have dimorphism like its ancestor, and one form is like tube-like stoma, and the other form they have wide predatory form, wide stoma. So starting from this ancestral shape, they tend to be totally different 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 morphotypes within relatively short period. So that is quite highly divergent morphology found in the family. Here are some examples of the micrographs. This is a Teratodiprogaster having very narrow tube-like mouth and very well developed appendage on the lip. And the other one, Australis group, have relatively short tube-like stoma and 1 and 2 squared appendage sticking out from the mouth. We don't know about their function. We don't know the function of this squared appendage, but still, it's quite characteristic morphology. And two other groups, Citronema, have wide mouth, wide or short tube-like mouth, and have 1, 2 teeth at the top of the mouth. And Maxinema group have 2 forms, the wide mouth predatory form having 2 teeth, and narrow mouth bacteria feeding form. Their distribution range is also a kind of characteristic, totally separated into 2 geographical areas. The 3 groups, Levigata, Maxinema, and Citronema, can be found only in American tropics and subtropics, but others are from Africa, Eurasian, and Australian continent, or Indian Ocean and West Pacific region. And one group, Sycophyllum, has been found only from Africa. So currently we consider their origin is Africa and separated and distributed or widely and separated into several groups. And the other case is Pristioncus. Here, this lineage, the previous one is here, and we haven't examined Acrosticus and Labditans deeply. But so the Pristioncus, this genus is separated into 2 major clades. The one is associated with figs, and the others are moss tree beetles, or dung beetles, or scarabid beetles. And one species, Pacificus, is now used as a model system of phenotypic plasticity. As the previous species, Aerodiprogaster, this one also have dimorphism, and when the situation or when the condition is good, they tend to be bacteria feeding form, and under bad condition, your stomach, that is wide mouth, predatory form appears. So we can say this genus itself is quite plastic within the species. However, in fig associate, the plasticity is a kind of extreme, so extremely high plasticity they show. Here is the drawings and micrographs of 3 different species, and each one, these 2 species are from Africa, and this one is from Southeast Asian tropics in Vietnam, and this one is also distributed in Indonesia. And you can see each of these 3 species has 5 different shapes of adult. They are each of them are same species. For example, this Indonesian species have 5 different mouth forms, 5 different mouths within a species. And this large, a kind of umbrella-like shape, is bacteria feeding form. And this one is predatory forms. They change their mouth form according to the environmental condition. And when we examined young and old figs, we can find only bacteria feeding form, female and male, from young fig. In young fig, there are many bacteria cells, but not many nematode there. And in late stage of figs, many different groups of nematode propagate, and these nematode, these fig-associated Prisciunc species, tend to be more predatory form. So they change their form according to environmental condition. So now another genomic and developmental analysis ongoing for these nematodes to clarify how they change their morph. And at the last, I'd like to show another one example, another one species, which is Caenorhabditis inopinata, which we found from Ficus septica, another fig species from Japan. Here, the main island will be around here, and here's Taiwan. So almost southern tip of Japan, we found this species. This is a kind of interesting species because you see, I don't know how to say. So this first picture show 2 different species. One is model organism, Caenorhabditis elegans, and the other is inopinata. So inopinata is twice as big as elegans, and sometimes 3 times bigger. So quite big species. And elegans lives in the soil or humus or that kind of place, but inopinata comes out from fig. So their morphology and biological characters are totally different. And actually, we didn't expect such species can be found from fig. So that its species name inopinata means unexpected in Latin. Another or more interesting point of this species is that is tentatively the closest relative of elegans. And the first we thought something contaminated on the material, but that was true. That was really the new species. And so Inopinata is currently the closest relative of elegance. So we are using this species as a comparative model of the elegance. And in addition, we know we are working on the species description of this species. We found another cross relative of elegance, or cross relative of Inopinata from Ficus hispida in Indonesia. So there is one lineage of Synrhabdites associated with a fig, and that is closest to elegance. That is a kind of strange thing. And when we examine their genome or genomic analysis, or comparative genomic analysis, when we conducted, the species is really the cross to elegance. So, although there are several genomic differences, those two species are quite close. So now we are using this as a comparative model, or working on some more deeper genome analysis. And it's a summary of my talk. So today I introduced several fig and fig wasp associated nematodes, mostly focusing on their morphology or morphological evolution or structural evolution, and found a convergent morphology in Afrancoididae. So 4 times of independently occurred plant parasite turned to be totally same morphological characters. And the next one was the opposite case. Cross relatives are highly divergent within fig. And these two phenomena are totally opposite from each other. And now we are working on their genomic analysis. And next, I introduced one Synrhabdite species, and its cross relative is distributed in Indonesia as well. And these species can be a good comparative model system for elegance. And lastly, I would say we can find further more interesting species from fig. So I hope we can find more from Indonesia and several other tropical areas. And all works are ongoing. If you're interested in them, please contact me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's all of my talk.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Kanzaki.
Thank you.
For a very inspiring talk. I remember the days when we were on the field looking for fig trees.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I still remember that we found Synrhabditis in Ficus hispida.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, we should talk about that later on.
Yes.
All right, okay.
Yes. Okay.
We will have a discussion later on after the second keynote speaker. So if you don't mind joining us until later.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
So,
Dr. Kanzaki.
okay, now I will just turn on the microphone.
Right? Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
So see you later.
Okay, please stay there. Don't go away. All right, to all participants, please keep your question for Dr. Kanzaki. Later on, you can ask him directly or write in chat section on Zoom. So we will go back to the question later after the second keynote speaker today. And now I would like to welcome the second keynote speaker this afternoon, Professor Susanna Neugaard, Welcome. Are you there, Professor Neugat?
Yes, I am. Hi, good morning from Germany.
Yes, I know. It's still morning over there, right? Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, it is.
Now I could see you then. Right, thank you for joining us. So before we begin the talk, Professor Neugat, my name is Lily. My name is Jauharlina, but you can call me Lily, the short term. Let me take a few minutes to introduce you briefly to the participants. Professor Neugat is currently the head of the Division and Quality and Sensory of Plant Products at the Georg August University Göttingen, Germany. She gained her doctoral degree from Technical University Berlin in July 2012 with honors. She got the most promising award of the German Society for Quality Research on Plant Food for her PhD thesis. Her research interests are mainly in the areas of plant constituent identification and quantification, plant quality, secondary plant metabolites, complex flavonoids, glycosides, food processing, and also structure activity interaction. And today she will share an exciting topic to us about ultraviolet light, friend or foe. Is that right, Professor Neugat?
That is correct.
Right, okay. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let us listen to the second keynote speech this afternoon presented by Professor Neugat. The venue, around 30 minutes, is yours, please.
Thank you. So I will share my screen now.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you already heard we talk about ultraviolet radiation. Is that a friend or a foe? So normally we see that as stress in plants, but I will show you that it is probably a very interesting tool to also manage and manipulate plants into forming compounds that we might use for health benefits. So how do plants perceive ultraviolet radiation? Plants do have several photoreceptors, and the photoreceptors that are used, especially in horticulture very much, are the blue and the red light photoreceptors. So the cryptochromes, phototropins, and side loop proteins are used for blue and green light perception, and the phytochromes for red light perception. And that is what we see very much in the LED tools that we have in horticulture at the moment. But there is a very specific receptor for UV radiation. So plants can perceive UV radiation very good. And actually this picture is a little bit misleading because there is no overlap between the UVB receptor, UVR8, and the cryptochromes or phototropins, for example. So there seems to be a gap between them. And I will show you later on why we came to this conclusion. What does light have as an effect in plants? So light can affect the plant growth. You all know that from the photosynthetically active light. It can develop, the development from germination to flowering is mainly influenced by the red light that we have in the light spectrum. Then there is a circadian rhythm in plants, so they can perceive if it is day, mid of day, or if it is morning or evening. And what this mainly does is affecting the biosynthesis of secondary plant metabolites. What can plants sense? They can sense what I show you, the quality of the wavelength. So actually what kind of wavelength do they get? This is what they do via the photoreceptors, but then they can also perceive the intensity of the light and the duration. So they can know what day length they actually have, and also the direction of light. You see that in sunflowers, for example, they can't change their heads towards the direction of the sun. So a very specific thing about the UVR8, the UVB photoreceptor, is that it has a perception more or less between 280 and 350. So that is very specific. What effect does that have? So what you actually have is an inactive dimer. That is the form that occurs if there's no UVB. And then the receptor percepts the UVB and it turns into a monomer. And this monomer now can interact with COP1. And this COP1 introduces a signaling cascade. And then in the end, we do have gene expression changes, especially acclimation and UVB tolerance, and also, for example, hypoculture growth inhibition. So normally, plants that perceive UVB light are a little bit shorter than other ones. And you can see that in the picture. That is actually basil plants from my balcony. So I had a little experiment on my balcony, and you see on the left side, you have the plus UV, so the ones that got UVB radiation. They are a little bit shorter than the ones on the right side that didn't get UVB radiation. So what do we have? If we have increased UVB radiation, we normally have increased phenolics or flavonoids in specific. We do have decreased leaf areas, but increased leaf thickness. So the area of the leaf that gets sunlight and that gets UVB radiation is a little bit lower. And then also, if the UVB radiation turns into a stressor, then we do have decreased photosynthesis. And that is the reason why most of the people still consider UVB radiation as stressor for plants, especially for crop plants. So the UVR8 photoreceptor is at the moment only known in Arabidopsis thaliana. There has been several studies about that, how it works and things like that. So if you want to read more about that, you are welcome to see papers of these colleagues. They work on towards that topic still at the moment. So if you're interested in that, it is not yet considered in other plants as far as I know, but we can assume that there is a photoreceptor for UVB radiation in other plants as well. And then there's also one interesting thing. If you think about UVB as a stressor, you mainly mean high intensities of UVB. But if you have moderate intensities of UVB, it can actually get out of the stressor idea and get into maybe a tool that you can use in horticulture. So, and that is just a brief summary. I don't want to go through that picture in detail. I just want to show that there is a lot of health benefits that are related to flavonoids. You see here red wine or berries or coffee or chocolate, but flavonoids are in all plants. So this is not all of it, but a lot of these very valuable outcomes for the human body are related to the flavonoids antioxidant activity. So, and there is a picture that summarizes what I'm doing at the best point. So this is from a colleague from Marcel Janssen. He is at the University College in Cork in Ireland. And he has that picture in one of his publications. And I think that summarizes best what my aim is. So you have the plant and you kind of treat it with UVB. Here it looks a little bit unhealthy, but we try not to do it that much. And then what we want to do is have a health benefit for the human being. So I will now show you some of our studies, what we did. And I would like to start with a study that was designed under the cost action, UV for growth. And what we did was we could convince 11 vineyards and researchers from different regions in Europe to work with us on wine. So you see in the picture the map where we had the wine yards, and this is Pinot Noir, it's a red wine. And you see that the northest, so the northest growing location is somewhere mid-Germany. So you can't really grow them above that latitude because you do not have these warm regions for a long time above that latitude. We all know things are changing due to climate change. So we do at the moment have vineyards with red wines, even a little bit higher than this location, Geisenheim here. But normally this is where you grow the red wines on a production size. So what we have is latitudinal gradient starting from mid-Germany going down to South Spain. And what we were interested in was at the point of veraison where the berries start to change their colors towards a red, how do the flavonoids and phenolic acids look like in the leaves? So we harvested leaves from these plants. And what you can see here is that the main proportion of compounds is always flavonoids and only a very little proportion is phenolic acids. What is interesting is that the three locations in the front, so that is from north to south, ordered in the graph. So the three northern locations, and they were above the Alps. So the Alps are the border somewhat in Europe for climate. So they are above the Alps, all the other ones are below the Alps. And you see that they have in total lower concentrations of phenolics. And then we checked the quercetin glucuronide, which is the main component of wine leaves. And you can see that this actually also follows the pattern that we already saw for the flavonoids and phenolic acids. And then we were interested in the antioxidant activity. So we all know that antioxidant activity is mainly related to phenolic compounds, to vitamin C, for example, but also vitamin E and some other components are also involved. And here we used different tests. So we used a total phenolic content test, which is more or less somewhat in between. You can see how much phenolics do we have and maybe a little bit get an idea about antioxidant activity that relates to this. Then we do have the Trolox equivalent antioxidant capacity and the ferric reducing antioxidant power. And here we also see more or less the same pattern that we already saw. So there is a very, seems I'm losing you.
We lose you?
Oh, no, I'm back.
Right.
Now I'm back. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure where we stopped, but maybe here, somewhere here. Yeah.
We can hear you still.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So what we have here is the pattern of the main component, the quercetin glucuronide. And that follows the pattern that we already saw for the flavonoids. And then we did tests about the antioxidant activity. So we used three very common tests. So the TPC, total phenolic content, which is not exactly antioxidant activity, but kind of related to it. Then the Trolox equivalent antioxidant activity and the ferric reducing power, antioxidant power. And they also show the same patterns. So we can say, okay, the antioxidant activity here is mainly linked to the phenolic compounds. So then we did another experiment with colleagues from Hungary, and they harvested leaves from linden trees, and they harvested leaves that were on the outer side, so sun-exposed leaves, and they harvested leaves from the inner side, so shade leaves or shaded leaves. And what they measured was the singlet oxygen neutralizing capacity. Singlet oxygen is produced as a reactive oxygen species produced during photosynthetic processes. And you can see that the plants, so this is also an antioxidant test, that the plants that were sun exposed do have a 4 times higher singlet oxygen neutralizing capacity. And then they turned to us and said, we want to know what compounds there is. And so we did analysis, and we saw that the sun and the shade leaves also differed very much in the compounds they have. So the sun leaves do have a very, very high concentration of quercetin glycosides and also myrcetin glycosides, which you see in the table on the left. But then you only have a moderate concentration of camphorol glycosides compared to the shade leaves. So the shade leaves mainly have camphorol glycosides, so nearly 80%. And the other ones is, so the sun leaves is more or less 40-40 quercetin camphorol glycosides. So that is a very, very typical reaction of plants to highlight. And especially UV light, so you do have a shift from a mono to a polyhydroxylated flavonol, which is very common. And now we wanted to know that a little bit more into detail and worked with available standard compounds. And we first checked the aglucones, the camphorol, the quercetin, and the myrcetin. So camphorol has 1 hydroxyl group in the B ring, quercetin has 2, and myrcetin has 3. So regarding that, the antioxidant activity potential should increase from camphorol to quercetin and then 1 more to myrcetin. And that is exactly what we see if we look at the aglucones. So we do have quercetin and especially myrcetin as very
we are losing
back. Yeah, maybe I should switch off my camera. Would that be okay for you?
I think you are back now. We can hear you.
Okay. So then we wanted to know, what about the glycosides? So the glycosides is a larger component of the same compounds. And that changes a lot of things. So what we know from literature is that glycosidation reduces antioxidant activity. And this is exactly what we see here. So the rhamnosides and also the glucosides decrease in their singlet oxygen neutralizing capacity. But still, quercetin components do have a higher antioxidant activity than the camphorol ones have. But for myrcetin, that changes a little bit. We only had the rhamnoside available at that point. And you see that this is even a little bit lower than the quercetin glycoside and neutralizing capacity for the singlet oxygen. So that evens out a little bit. And then we wanted to know, okay, if the camphorol is maybe a less good antioxidant, maybe it is a better UV screening component. But that is actually also not the case. So if you look at these pictures below, at the graphs below, you see that the quercetin 3 rhamnoside and also the quercetin 3 glucoside, if you look at the 350 nanometer range, does have the highest UV screening capacity. So quercetin glycosides in comparison to camphorol glycosides are better in their antioxidant activity and a tiny bit better also in their UV screening capacity. So they can absorb UV light better than camphorol glycosides. We did another experiment on kale, and now we started to use artificial lamps. And what you see on the left side in the picture is the lamps we actually used. So that is very typical Philips lamps. A lot of people use them for experiments with UVB. And we did have kale, which is a very typical German vegetable grown in wintertime. So what we wanted to know is differences between 5 and 15 degrees, which would be typical temperatures somewhat in October to November. And we introduced the plants first to the temperature and then 2 days later to the UV radiation. And here we have the gene expression of the flavonol 3' hydroxylases. And that is the enzyme that introduces a hydroxyl group, so it changes camphorol to quercetin. And if you see at 5 degrees Celsius, this expression does not really change due to UV radiation. There's very tiny changes in the first 2 days, but not really changes later on. And then in the second picture where the plants were adapted to 15 degrees Celsius, you see that the UVB radiation from day 2 increases the gene expression of this gene. And this has consequences. So what we then did was we took several flavonoid glycosides and we differentiated several structural parts. And the first thing we looked at was the type of aglucones. So we choose 2 compound groups that were equivalent to each other. And what you see is that at 15 degrees Celsius, which is the blue bars, you have an kind of dose effect introduction or increase of these quercetin glycosides starting from day 3. So you do have a little bit of delay from the gene expression to the metabolite show up. At the same time, the blue bars for camphorol, for the corresponding camphorol glycosides, so you see there is a decrease. So it's not as much, so there might be biosynthesis as well, but you see that these camphorol glycosides seem to be changed to the quercetin glycosides. You do not see such an effect at 5 degrees Celsius, which is interesting, I think. Then we had another thing that is a glycosylation pattern. So how many glucose molecules do we have in a position? And here we have the 7O position. So we do have 2 quercetin glycosides, and one has 1 glucose moiety in 7O position, and one has no glucose moiety in the 7O position. And you see a huge difference here because the pattern where you have the 1 glucose moiety increases hugely due to UV radiation at 15 degrees Celsius, very slightly only at 5 degrees Celsius, but there's no effect if you have no glucose molecule in the 7O position. And I think a result that is even more interesting is that one here. So normally flavonoid glycosides are acylated with hydroxycinnamic acids. That is a very common structural characteristic that you find. And there's only one interesting result here. So we did have different hydroxycinnamic acids acylated. So you have caffeic acid, you have ferulic acid, hydroxyferulic acid, and synaptic acid. And the only compound that responded to UVB radiation was the caffeic acid. And here the interesting thing is that it responded to 5 degrees Celsius and in 15 degrees Celsius conditions. So that is one thing why we think this could be a very good marker later on, at least for brassica species, to see if they got UVB radiation during their growth phase. Then we had an experiment just 2 years ago, which was done by 2 master students. And here we had baby leaf salad species. So we had different species that we consider as baby leaf salads. So there was Swiss chard, there was lettuce, and there was pak choi included into that. And we used the idea that plants do have a defense mechanism, especially if the light and the UVB light are introduced, but also to other, you see that on the left, also to other factors. And what we really saw just from the vision is that when you introduce UVB, which is the 2 left side plants here, you already see that there is changes in anthocyanins. This is also a group of flavonoids that are responsible for red colorings. And you see that this is non-treated on the right and treated on the left side. And you see that from just looking at them, that there is an effect. And now I have to guide you a little bit through that slide because it's a little bit difficult to understand. So what we had was a tailor-made irrigation system that you see on the left side. This was equipped with LEDs, and we did have UVB LEDs with a wavelength of 310 nanometers. And we did have blue and red light LEDs. And we were able to change the ratios of this. So what we did was we did experiments where we introduced UVB light to the plants, but with a different background light. So one was blue light dominated. So we had 70% blue light and 30% red light. And the other one was red light dominated. So we had 70% red light and 30% blue light with that. So, and that is the blue and red bars, and the K is the control. And then the other one, you see that below is the explanation, is the treatment. And then we did that in a greenhouse, and we did that in autumn. So we couldn't grow all the plants and all the conditions in 1 week. So we had to do that in several weeks following each other. And what we see in Germany then at that time point is that you do have decreases in concentration of photosynthetically active radiation. So we had different weeks where we treated the plants following each other, but from week 1 to week 3 of each treatment, we did have decreases in the PAR light. And this is what you see here in the first picture. So what I did was I choose one specific flavonoid glycoside from pak choi, which is the isoramnitine 3-glucoside 7-glucoside, and a comparable one from Swiss chart to show you this. And this is the isoramnitine 3-D-glucoside. So both of them have an isoramnitine as an agricone and 2 glucose molecules, but a little bit different in their structure. So what you see from the first picture is that is the blue bar or the blue arrow, that you do have a decrease of concentration due to the decreasing PAR radiation. You see that. So each of the experiments is lower than the one before. We do not have the same effect for the compound in Swiss chart. So you see that this is the concentrations do not relate on the PAR that much. And then another interesting thing was, do you hear? Yeah, now I'm back. Another interesting thing is what you see in the blue light. Here, am I still there? Not sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, good. So what you see here, especially in the blue light dominated treatments, is that you do have an increase, or at least a tendency to an increase due to the UVB radiation. We can also see that in pak choi for the red light, at least for the first 2 weeks, but not exactly the same in Swiss chart. So in Swiss chart for blue light, we do have a tendency for increase, but for red light, that was a little bit like all over the place. You do have increase, decrease, no changes at all. So we cannot really say what the matter is here, but that is very interesting results that you do have plants that are from the morphology very similar, but that react very differently to the UV radiation. So the idea here was maybe the intensity wasn't high enough to really have the effect, to just have the trend, or maybe we should have done the treatment 2 or 3 days longer. So we did that for 4 days here. And then there's an interesting thing we did together with colleagues from Hanover University. And they introduced different wavelengths of UVA and UVB, and also a violet light that is very, very close to the UVA range. And they also had LEDs, and they compared it to a control light, which is a very common, what is the light? Very, very common lamps that you use. Not exactly sure what their name is, but you see them in the picture, very common growing lamps. And what they found here on the left side, which I think is very, very interesting on the plant morphology, and that is also something that is not new, is that if you have the UVB, the plants are very, very short compared to all the other treatments. This effect is not that much in UVA, in both of the UVA wavelength. And the other thing is that the dry weight per plant, so the growing actually, is also decreased in UVB light, but not as much. It's just a trend in UVA light. And you see that this is one thing that growers might not want to accept. And then we did also analyze of flavonoid glycosides. So this is just one example. We do have 3 papers on different wavelengths with the colleagues together. And this is 2 different quercetin glycosides. And what you see here is they also used, I have to explain that, they also used either Brevicori brassicae, which is specialist, and or the Myzus persicae, which is a generalist on the plants. So they were feeding these aphids on the plants. And this is the other bars you see. And what you see, what I want to show you is that these 2 compounds obviously do have very different reaction to the UVB radiation or to the UV radiation in general. You see in the first compound a very interesting thing. You have first the control, and then you do have the UVB light, and the UVB light increases these compounds independent of if there were aphids or not. And then there seems to be a gap, and you have a very, very low concentration of this compound at UVA, 365 nanometers. That is even lower than the control itself. And then you do have higher concentrations at 385 nanometers, which is more or less at the same range of the control, and especially the same at the violet radiation. So there is a decrease of these compounds at 385 nanometers. And you see that also with the second compound that was not actually that much affected by the light. So we think, or we assume, that there is a gap between the photoreceptor for UVB, which is especially interesting for UVB or especially focused on UVB, and the photoreceptors for blue light radiation, which might have their range towards like 385 or something. So we think that there is a gap in there for perception of plants, and that is what you can only find if you work with LEDs. If you work with lamps, they do have broader spectrums, and you would not find such a result. So I would like to come to the conclusion. So UVB radiation can induce flavonoids regardless of if it is a natural UVB light or if it is an artificial source. So we can actually use artificial sources to really do that, to use that as a tool. The antioxidant activity is the main characteristic of flavonoids. And it seems to be even more important than the UV screening. There's other things for UV screening like waxes and hairs and things like that. UVA radiation seems to be less effective than UVB radiation. So we can work with LEDs to really go into that topic more. And there is, and you always have to consider that in UV radiation experiments, there is interaction with environmental factors. I showed you that there was an interaction with temperature, that there could be an interaction with photosynthetically active radiation, and maybe even with insects. So now to answer the question, is it actually a friend or foe? I think it could be a friend if you use it as a tool, but we have to somehow compromise the growth and the plant protection or health values that we want to have. So it shouldn't decrease growth. What we need for that is really recipes, and the dose is the most important factor. And we also have to consider plant species and environmental factors. So maybe we do have to do that for plant species individually. I worked a lot on brassica species, but I'm not sure if we can transfer the results so easily. So that is, I would like to thank my partners at IGZ, where I was formerly located, also all the partners that worked together with me for these specific results at University of Hanover and also University of Page and the University at TU Berlin, and also all the colleagues of the UV for Plants Association. And now I would like to thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Neugaard. It was a very interesting talk. So the answer is friend or foe? Could be friend, could be a foe then. That's what I conclude from your talk. Very interesting.
Exactly. You have to be very careful. You have to be very careful with the intensities to really make it a friend.
Yeah, especially here in our countries, tropical countries, we have so many lights every day. And so it's very inspired for me also. It's not in your field to know that. Okay, now we come to question and answer session. So Dr. Kanzaki, are you still there? Dr. Kanzaki?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. So Professor Neugaard and Dr. Kanzaki, we will receive question. Some of them already with me here from the chat section. So just to go back to the talk by Dr. Kanzaki, he was talking about the fig-associated nematodes, specifically nematodes that they associate with fig wasps into fig trees that we have so many species here in Indonesia. And then the second talk is about UV radiation, and we also have so many lights over here, so that's very interesting. So I will go to the question on, do we have a direct question or we go to chat first? Maybe we go to chat that I have here. Okay, the first question goes to Dr. Kanzaki.
Yep.
Yeah, the question came from Ibu Chut Erika. She was asking something like, wasps and figs have a unique, this for you, Dr. Kanzaki. Yeah.
Yes.
Figs and wasps have a unique and special biological relationship where they strongly depend on each other to reproduce, and that is essential for their mutual survival. The question to Dr. Kanzaki is, do the fig wasps parasitize fig fruit only?
Yes.
If yes, I just wanted to know what the scientific explanation for that.
What does the scientific explanation mean?
She was wondering whether the fig wasps only parasitize parasite only act as a parasite to fig fruit. Yes.
I see. Yes, as she said, or as he said.
Yes, Chud Erika. Her name.
Okay, the
Erika,
wasps.
you can call Erika. Maybe it's easier.
Erika. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Wasps. Yeah. Wasps eat only fig tissue, and so I don't know how to say. Yeah, the wasps eat fig tissue, the seed, for their food to develop and grow, and in return to the food, they bring pollen for figs reproduction. So I can say that figs pay some seed to wasps for their transferring the pollen. Is it? So do you mean?
So, Chud Erika, Dr. Kanzaki said that by eating, so if I can say in another word, by eating the fig fruit, it means the fig, like, I don't know, is this give up some seed for the fig wasps?
Yes, right. Yes, yeah. Yes, that is correct. So figs give some seed to the wasps, and the wasps do not kill all seed.
Yes.
So figs, the wasps take some seed and bring the pollen to new fig for their pollination.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Kanzaki. So the fig wasps eating some seed, they don't eat all, because to provide the fig wasps to develop inside the fig. Right, thank you very much. And we move on to Professor Noigan. I have a question here for you from Ibu Dewi Yunita. The question they have, she has two questions actually. First one, how did you extract? This is very specific question. How did you extract the camphophol glycosides? Did you use supercritical fluids? And then the second one is, oh, all right, okay, you can answer the first one first, sorry.
Yeah, so that is actually quite simple. So we use freeze-dried samples, freeze-dried samples, and we just do a methanolic extraction. So that is quite simple. The interesting thing then is the analytics, and we use an HPLC, and we do use a mass spectrometer to really either de novo structure elucidation or for confirming that the structure we think it really is.
Right. The second question, is the camphophol glycosides in a high amount for all shaded leaves, or it applies only in a specific leaf?
That is true for all the leaves if the plant species can produce camphophol glycosides. So there is plant species that cannot produce them, or in very low concentrations, then you do have other components. But for plant species that can produce camphophol and quercetin, you would have camphophol in all leaves that are shaded. Doesn't matter the leaf age or the developmental stage.
Right, thank you. How is it, Bu Dewi Yunita? I think she's understand about that, because I'm not really specific on that one, but it's very interesting though. And I see someone raising hand to ask a question. Hartati, Ibu Hartati, could you tell us whom do you direct to the question? The question, whom do you direct to? We cannot hear you yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Bu Joharlina. Oh yeah, my question is for Prof. Newgard. Okay, thank you for your presentation. I learned from your presentation that UV light induce flavonoid in plants. Is it correct? Yeah,
that is correct.
Then this flavonoid beneficial to human health. Okay.
Exactly.
My question is, does the flavonoid only produced by plant when exposed to UV light? If that's the case, how can we take the advantage from the compound for human health, since the plants far from UV light when we consume? Otherwise, if it's not the case, if the compound sustained in the plants, will the cook process damage the compound? Thank you very much.
Yeah, that is a very complex, very complex topic. So there is not only UV light that can introduce or increase flavonoids. So there's also low temperatures, for example, that can increase, especially anthocyanins, for example. There is also PAR light that can increase that. If you have high intensities of PAR light, but no UV light, you can have higher concentrations of flavonoids, but nevertheless, UVB light is the most efficient trigger that we have. So that is very, very efficient compared to the other ones. The other thing is very interesting. We also studied that on bread, for example, where we had UV treated leaves, and we implemented them into bread, and then we baked the bread and wanted to see how stable are they. And actually, there is a lot of leaching from flavonoids to cooking water, for example, or also degradation to smaller components like protocatecholic acid or something like that. But nevertheless, what we found in bread was an enormously stability of quercetin glycosides. So we were very impressed how stable quercetin glycosides could be in bread. So we are quite happy that we can actually have a functional food or even a valuable food by implementing these vegetables that were formerly treated with UVB radiation.
Right.
But there is decrease during processing.
Professor Newgard. Now, here with me, I have another question from Kalia Yusiana. I don't know whether this is a student or a lecturer. But the question is directed to Dr. Kanzaki.
Yep. Yes.
She would like to know how can we identify nematodes based on their typological characters and phylogenetic status.
Okay. The nematodes can be identified at the family or order level by stoma and the mouth shape and pharynx shape, and some other characters, male tail or female reproductive organ, by to genus and species level. And in fig nematode, Afrancoideae has stylet, and Diprogastridae has very well developed anterior pharynx, and Rhabditidae was well developed posterior pharynx. So that can be an easy thing. And phylogenetically, SSU 18S ribosomal RNA gene works well for identification of the species or higher level.
Right. Thank you very much then. And another question for you also still, before moving to Professor Newgard. We got a lot of questions for both of you then here. Here from, wait a minute, who is first? From Mr. Muhammad Ihsan Sulaiman. Okay, I was reminded we only have 5 minutes left. Okay, from Professor Ihsan Sulaiman, sorry, that Professor Newgard, for Dr. Kanzaki, one more. Okay. From Ahmad Baihaki, sorry, from Pak Ahmad Baihaki for Dr. Kanzaki, you explained before that fig associated are expected to become a model system for the adaptation, convergence and divergence in evolutionary biology context. How about other microorganisms? Can they become a model system too, beside nematodes?
I think that is partially yes. The reason I chose nematode is, the biggest reason is I am nematologist, and nematodes are familiar to me. And I think many species or specific mite, bacteria, and yeast are associated with figs and fig wasps. So they could also be the good material to be examined. And the advantage for nematode is they're relatively not perfectly easy, but they're identifiable, and genomic information has been accumulated relatively well compared to the other organisms. And they're associated with both figs and wasps in many different ways. So I considered we can think or we can treat, we can examine the evolution in ecological context. So that is the reason. And for the other the answer to the question, yes, partially yes.
Right. Yes. Thank you very much. So the answer is yes. We can use other
Yes.
organisms. And
yes.
Next question to Professor Nogat. This is from Dr. Muhammad Ihsan Sulaiman. Professor Nogat, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, right. I'm going to read the question. Tropical countries has more exposure of UV light. Will leafy vegetable growing in tropical countries contain higher antioxidant effect compounds?
If you only consider light conditions, it should be that way. But there are also other conditions coming with high light, which is normally drought stress, maybe, or even probably not drought stress, but drying of the soil and the plant, maybe. And there is an effect where you do have excessive lights. So where you have a very high production of reactive oxygen species. And it could be that the plant cannot take up to this task. So it uses a lot of antioxidants to fight the reactive oxygen species, and these antioxidants are then oxidized themselves and are not antioxidants anymore. So there is kind of a very interesting interplay with that. So there might be light conditions that are too high in intensity for really having them as antioxidants. That doesn't mean they are not there. They are just oxidized. So that's not too easy to answer that task. So you should have a very good light condition. But nevertheless, a lot of plants that are growing in tropical countries are adapted to these kind of conditions. So if we have pak choi and kale, for example, both species are brassica,
yes.
Kale responds way more to UV light than pak choi does. And if you consider where they are from their growing countries where they are, you know that kale grows in countries where there's low light conditions and low temperatures, and pak choi grows in conditions where there's high light and high temperatures. And they react very differently. So I think there is also a kind of adaptation.
All right, thank you. So in other words, we cannot only consider the UV light. So there's other factors, environmental factors that affect the content of the vegetables or whatever that we have planted here. Thank you very much, Professor Neugat. And I guess this is going to be, next one, going to be the last question, I guess. To you still, Professor Neugat. It's coming from Pak Agus Halim. The question is, right now, he said, the concentration of greenhouse gas tend to increase and making the negative impact on decreasing of ozone layer, functioning the filter of UV radiation. So the intensity of UV should become higher. How about the negative impact on quality and sensory of plant product?
The greenhouse gas. So we're talking about greenhouse gas. Okay. UV radiation becomes higher. Yeah. But at the same time, the temperature becomes higher, which is an interplay as well. So that's more or less the same answer. You do have the interplay of the radiation and the temperature. I would also think it depends on how fast that really goes, because plants can adapt during the epigenetic status. So they can, if you have a mother plant that already had high UV concentrations, then in the seeds you will find the gene expression or some characteristics towards the following plants that they can already tolerate higher UV radiation. So that really depends on how fast that goes, I think.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. The time is up, I guess. Right. With that last question, I still have more question for both of you, but unfortunately I have to finish now. Thank you very, very much for Dr. Kanzaki, all the way from Japan. You are in Kyoto right now?
Yes.
And, all right,
Yes.
okay. I wish you could come visit us later on again to Banda Aceh.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
yeah,
I
thank
really
you.
want.
Also, thank you very much from Professor Neugat. Thank you very much.
You're
I
very
don't know
welcome.
where you are now. What city are you now in Germany?
Jena, which is a smaller city in the eastern part of Germany.
It doesn't ring a bell to me. Sorry, but have you visited Indonesia before?
No, I have not.
All right. Okay. We will expecting you to come later on after the pandemic gone. Hopefully. Thank you very, very much for the interesting talk for both of you. With this, I would like to end our session today, and then I will. Sorry, my alarm is on. Thank you very much. And good afternoon and good evening maybe to you, Terkanzaki, and then still afternoon is going afternoon for
still
you.
afternoon, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Still afternoon and still morning for you, or still going to afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
See you again next time. Bye-bye.
See you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jauharlina, for a very lively speaker session. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now witnessing again the symbolic delivery of certificate by the head of Institute for Research and Community Service, Professor Dr. Taufik Fuadi Abidin, to our keynote speaker, Dr. Natsumi Kanzaki from Nematology, Forestry, and Forest Products Research Institute, Japan. To Professor Taufik, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation today. Please accept this certificate as our appreciation for your valuable contribution in our conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next symbolic certificate is for Prof. Dr. Susanna Neugaard from Quality and Sensory of Plant Product, George August Universität Rüttingen, Germany. That will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samadi, M.Sc. To the Prof, the screen is yours.
Susanna Neugaard, on behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, University Syiah Kuala, we would like to thank you very much for your contribution as a keynote speaker for our international conference on agriculture and bioindustry. Please accept this certificate as our appreciation for your contribution. Vielen Dank und viele Grüße. Hopefully können Sie nach unserer Universität besuchen. Dankeschön.
So, Arul, just like we have promised that in the afternoon, we will have one Doorprize session. So before we jump to the next session, we will select 4 lucky participants to receive 1 Nilam perfume and 3 beautiful pieces of t-shirts by Agricultural Development Center of Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Definitely. I hope this Doorprize give it some booster for our participants.
Yeah, to enjoy the programs more, yeah. So we'd like to request the operator, please run the wheel.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go. We have a lot of names here. Maybe like more than 300 participants participate in this event. So congratulations to Miss Rita Andini, IPU, to get 1 Nilam perfume.
Congratulations.
From IARC. Now we will select 3 participants to get beautiful t-shirts by Agriculture Development Center of Universitas Syiah Kuala.
Okay, so the second one is?
The second one to get the first t-shirts.
Ta-da!
Congratulations to Nafiatul Umami.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, you get 1 t-shirts from Agriculture Development Center. Now we will select
the third one?
Yep. The 2 more participants. Who will be the winner?
Maybe we are.
Congratulations.
Mr. Agus Arif Munawar.
Agus Arif Munawar, you get 1 t-shirt.
And the last but not least,
the last
participant who will get a t-shirt from Agricultural Development Center.
So the last participant will be Safira Maulida. Congratulations. You get 1 beautiful t-shirt from Agriculture Development Center of Universitas Syiah Kuala.
That's so amazing.
Yeah, we have 4 lucky participants in total. And now, I guess I'm also envious to them because we get nothing. I mean, like, I also want to get a perfume. I heard that the Nilam perfume smell really good.
But unfortunately, maybe in the next season.
Maybe in the next session we will be included also in the wheel, yeah?
Yes,
so
that's all the name of our participants.
Yep, we have already write all of the winners of the door prizes. 4 participants. So congratulations once again. And I also would like to remind that we also have the last Doorprize session on the evening. So please, everyone, stay on ICAGRI 2021.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the second parallel session. For this session, the operator has provided link that can be accessed into 14 rooms for different speakers and moderators. Therefore, please follow the given instruction.
So the objective of this study is to assess the performance of hybrid infrared solar dryer on paddy in different octave layer. So this is our design. This is the hardware design. We have a infrared heater. Here, the infrared heater consists of a microcontroller. This is a microcontroller, and then we have a 4 temperature and humidity sensors, two computer fans, one relay, and a drying chamber. So 2 temperature and humidity sensor are placed inside the paddy chamber in the yellow color here, and 2 temperature and humidity sensor are placed inside and also outside of the dryer. So we also place the grain moisture smart sensor inside the paddy, so we can see the change temperature difference during the drying process. So this is the software design. So firstly, we use a Arduino board, and before that we write down the algorithms. So according to
the horned beetle or Rictus rhinoceros is a major pest in oil palm plant. The area of oil palm plantation that are heavily attacked by this pest affected to 0.2 to 0.3 ton per hectare decline in production during the 18 months of harvest in the first year. The pest control technique predominantly used by farmers involve the application of chemical or insecticide. This approach is considered to have a highly detrimental impact on biodiversity. Integrated pest management is one of the most popular control methods adopted on recent times due to the environmentally friendly characteristics and the potential to prevent population exploitation. The horn beetle IPM has an important component
of fluid milling process. Meanwhile, popularly developed and used forage as animal feed in Indonesia is eleven grass. Eleven grass has high productivity, nutrient content, and palatability for ruminants. The livestock performance is likely determined by feed consumption and digestibility. The amount of feed consumption is influenced by body size, which is linear correlate with stomach size. The amount of feed consumption is closely related to feed digestibility. Feed digestibility will affect the amount of feed
We have to use the right sterilization for that explant, because every explant has the different sterilization. So it need to research about the right sterilization for the right explant. And for explant, to avoid the
this research from Animal Husbandry Department of Syiah Kuala University, Banda Aceh. First of all, let us pray and give thanks to Allah who has given us mercy and blessing so we can attend and gather in the 3rd International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry. To shorten the time, I would like to present our research entitled Evaluation of Nutritive Values and Digestibilities Cacao Pod Husk Fermented with Lingzi Mushroom, Ganoderma lucidum at different concentration and incubation time. There are 4 main outlines in this presentation, which is the first is introduction, which includes background and objectives. The second one is materials and methods. The third is result and discussions. And the last one is conclusions. Okay, I will start with the introduction, the first one. Okay, the main constraint to satisfy nutritional requirement for ruminants, animals from production and reproduction, is the shortage of animal feed, such as grass and legumes. Therefore, there must be an alternative source to provide feed for ruminant. Waste residues from agriculture plantation can play an important role to provide alternative feed source for ruminant animals. The cacao pod husk is a waste from chocolate processing, either from cacao plantation or from cacao industries. It has high availability, cheap, but unfortunately, it is lack in nutritional quality and low in digestibility. It is indicated by high fiber and low protein. Ganoderma lucidum or Lingzi mushroom. This mushroom is recognized as traditional medical mushroom with health stimulating properties that has been used long ago in China. The Ganoderma lucidum is able to degrade lignin and cellulose using the help of the extracellular enzyme such as lignin peroxidase, lactase, and cellulose. Based on that fact, the inculcation of Ganoderma lucidum
to publish this to international journal because he is now is a PhD student in our university. So I think the question we cannot answer precisely why, but maybe because this is a different species. Maybe Trichoderma harzianum, and the other is Trichoderma, another species like Asperillum and others. I think that is my explanation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Rina Sriwati. And this is clear for me then, because this is questionable. So when we saw the result of the research itself, this is interesting points that we can find why this is happened. And this is the questions that usually come up.
And before this experiment, we have used the several herbal of phytogenic, and the Syzygium chimini L is the best from others. Okay, this the leaf about Syzygium chimini or daun buah jamblang, yeah, has been widely used as medical herbs, particularly
moving on to the next agenda. So Arul, as I already promised that now we're going to announce the last winner that will receive the door prizes.
All right, now.
Yeah, so
Of
can you
course.
announce like the door prizes that they will get?
Of course, we have 2 perfumes, 4 bundles of t-shirt and hats from BKKBN and Disbud Park,
Yep.
and 2 t-shirts from Agriculture, Sustainable and Rural Development Center.
Yeah, so we have
And this
many.
is the last,
The last door prizes.
of course.
Yep. So, without any further ado, we would like to ask the operator, please run the wheel.
All right, here we go.
All right, the first participants to get 1 perfume from ARC. Congratulations to Anwar Mutia. You get 1 perfumes for ARC. Now we will choose 1 more participants that will receive a perfume from ARC also.
Okay, so the second one is...
I hope it is me.
Okay.
Oh, too bad, but congratulations to you, Liasni.
I guess the perfume is so...
It's so really high wanted, yeah, because
Yes, of
it's luxurious.
course.
I don't know, we will select 4 participants that will receive bundles of t-shirts and hats.
Okay,
Okay, so we already have the winner here. Congratulations.
Dr. Sofian.
Dr. Sofian, you get 1 bundle of t-shirts and hats. Now
And
we'll
the
select
second one?
3 more, 3 more participants. Okay.
Congratulations to...
Who will be the winner? So congratulations to Mr. Muhammad Ramadhani. You got 1 bundles of t-shirts and hats. Okay,
Oh, that's
2 more.
amazing.
2 more for t-shirts and hats.
Okay. And the third one is...
The third one goes to, I hope it's me.
And Rani.
Raini, it's Raini. Congratulations to Raini.
It's a hottest day.
Yeah, it's rainy. Okay. Now, the last participants to get 1 bundles of t-shirts and hats. Wow, congratulations to Sri Ananda Wahyuni. I think I know this person.
Oh,
Okay, I think it's my friend.
And the 2 t-shirts.
The 2 last participants that will
Okay.
get t-shirts from Agriculture, Sustainable and Rural Development goes to...
Congratulations to...
Congratulations to Rati Riwayati.
Okay.
Congratulations.
And the last one.
Yeah, the last
Oh my
one, the
God.
last but not least, 1 more lucky participants that will receive the t-shirts.
Da, da, da. And congratulations to... Mr.
Sultan Khairullah.
Okay.
Congratulations. So
all our
that's-
participants.
Yes, we have a select 8 total
yes.
participants that will get 2 perfumes
4 bundle of t-shirt and hats from BKKBN and Disbud Park.
and 2 t-shirts from Agriculture, Sustainable and Rural Development. Actually, Arul, I feel quite sad because our name,
We're not the
we're not the one that receive the door prizes because I don't know why I'm never becoming the winner
It's
of.
not our day.
Yeah, it's not our day. Yeah. So,
Okay.
yep, our committee have already collect all of the names.
That is the all of the name.
Yeah.
Will get.
We'll get 2 perfumes for bundles of t-shirts and hats and 2 t-shirts from Agriculture, Sustainable and Rural Development.
Okay. Once again, congratulations to all our participants.
Yeah, and don't forget, the committee of ICAGRI 2021 will contact you about the detail of the prizes that you get. So, please still stay tuned on ICAGRI 2021.
about the beautiful land above the cloud. The beautiful place known as the land with 1,000 hills. This is the wonderful paradise with a great experience. The melody, the diversity created one of the unforgettable stories. Can you imagine? They serve you a grand hell persists in front of your eyes. This place also has the special part about the history of Indonesia. Knit perfectly the relation between coffee and woman. The sensitivity of choosing a good bean. They are the creator of that perfect things. Enjoy your time with one of the big mammals. Getting closer with endemic elephant in Sumatra. And take some coffee with them. Do you still doubt about this land? Take your time and feel this. And also enjoy the treasure of this land. Horse racing, one of the most famous traditional attraction you can enjoy. Other than that, you can explore the river by rafting. This is the perfect gallery, which is contained by the great taste of coffee, the beautiful nature, and human being. Created a diversity called Benar Meriah Harmony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen upon the closing remarks delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture of Universitas Syiah Kuala. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Samadi, M.Sc.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are about the end of the conference for today. Before officially close, let me announce the best presenter that already presented by the committee based on the room. There are 14 the best presenter for this afternoon that I got it. The first is Juanda in the room 1. The second in the second room is Hartati Oktarina. In the room 3 is Mr. M. Aman Yaman. And in the room 4 is Elsa Fariski. In room 5 is R.F. Lokitasari. In room 6 is Dr. Insinyur Hifnalisa, M.Sc. In room 7, M. Kadafi. And in room 8 is M. Trishina ST. In room 9 is L.N. Ginting. The best presenter in room 10 is De Anzani. The best presenter in room 11 is Rina Sriwati. The best presenter in room 12, Pati Kemala. The best presenter in room 13, Nafiatu Umami. And the last, the best presenter in the room 14 is Vina Maulidia. Congratulations for the whole, the best presenter from 1 to 14. We give applause for the best presenter. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, we would like to thank you very much for the Rector and Vice Rector, Universitas Syiah Kuala, to facilitate for our third international conference on agriculture and bioindustry. All keynote and invited speakers that already share their knowledge for us today, I think we have a lot of knowledge that we get from this conference. And also the chairman and all the committee members for the third international conference on agriculture and bioindustry. They already very hard work, I think, for 6 months. I think we can give applause for them. They already organized this very good event until this afternoon. And also all the presenters, participants that joined for our third international conference, especially for the students. They already start from this morning until this afternoon is already 5:30. They still join. It's very happy for us. In the morning we have 340 participants, but it's really rare that we can get 200 participants still join until this afternoon. This is very good. Thank you very much. And all the sponsors that already support for this international conference. As the host for this conference, we believe that nothing is perfect. Please apologize us if you find something inconvenience during the activity today. Sometimes not very easy to conduct a virtual conference. We have some problems sometimes, like electricity, also internet connection, and other technical problems. And we really appreciate if you can give us suggestion to make our international conference will be better for the next international conference in 2022. Before I officially close this conference, I got message also from the committee, because all the paper will be published in the proceeding
Scopus Index, please also keep contacts with the committee before our paper will be published. Finally, by saying Alhamdulillah, the third International Conference on Agriculture and Bioindustry 2021 is officially closed. And see you again for the next international conference in 2022. Hopefully will be conducted offline, not virtual anymore. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that's wrap up our session for today. On behalf of the committee of ICAGRI 2021, we would like to say thank you all of the guests, the invited speakers, and all of the participants for making time in joining us here today. I am Diva Safina and my partner,
I'm Syarul Khairah.
See you on the next conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya Bamega, Bamanaku di Samantara, Bamanaku di Samantara. Katamu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman tidak darah sama layak, iman tidak darah sama layak. Sayang sifat tokaan matego gorokan sayang sifat tokaan matego gorokan sayang sajojo yumadam komi sabapare samuna keke Soleram, anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium, merahlah pipinya. Kampuangan jauh di Mato, Kunwangsan saya baku liliang, takkan aja kawan-kawanan lamu, sangke basuh yang suriang.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru ujungnya Bamai jauh, Bamai jauh, Bamana di Samantara, Bamana di Samantara. Katamu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman bidadara, sama layang iman bidadara, sama layang. Sayang sayang sifat tokaan makai go gorokan sayang. Sayang sayang sifat tokaan makai go gorokan sayang. Sajojo you madam komi sabab pare samuna keke samuna keke solera